Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth. Telling you, yeah, the truth. You have to go back to the roots. Go to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try to run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on a midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song. In the old neighborhood, as the clock strikes one, the memory lives just as it stood, like a quiet dream. Shadows of
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afrikaners Report. I'm your host, Afrikaners. I want to welcome all of you to another edition of the Afrikaners Report. Please make sure you hit the like if you haven't already done so. So today, what is this topic about? Well, I touched on, and if you guys remember, if you've already seen the video, the last time I talked about, President Trump floating the idea, just an idea, saying that he was going to put sanction on South Africa. And he just briefly brushed on what this sanction is all about. And today we're going to go into deep details. And South Africa's President Ramaphosa responded. But his response is very interesting. And if you look at it, he is not addressing what Trump is saying. In fact, Trump, in his executive order, he is now declared the white South Afrikaners, he's giving them refugee status. In case you're not aware, the black South African government is being accused of practicing racism. The same thing the blacks have been complaining about. If you guys are members of this show where you've been here for quite a while, I have talked about these very situations that they call racism. And I say it does not exist. And people battle me for this. So we know the history about South Africa, about apartheid, where the white minority came in and took control of the black majority. But eventually the blacks took over, and now the blacks are in charge. So now the blacks are being accused of practicing the same thing they complained about. Just like here in America, we're seeing where blacks are given power and they practice it, and you see the same exact thing. Not all, but you would see they practice the same thing. So South Africa is in big trouble. And here's why. If you guys remember, in the last few years, fellow Africans who usually would stand up with South Africans and say, oh, the whites are taking advantage of you. The South Africans are not in good terms with these Africans, i.e., Nigerians, because the Nigerians have been saying the South Africans are xenophobic. This is what is spread around the world. And I have already checked comment sections. I have spoke with other West Africans, and they don't seem too concerned for South Africa. And also, it looks like it's going to be very difficult for South Africa to be able to gather support on what Trump is doing. Look, ladies and gentlemen, this world, things have changed. In case you are not aware, how things used to be where you could accuse a bigger power of colonizing you or taking advantage of you is over. The game have changed, and this is the game now. South Africa, the blacks there, this entire time, this good life they are experiencing, ladies and gentlemen, is from the whites. The whites created this, and they become very accustomed to this. And what they practice is socialism. And the reputation they have, even in the black world, except they vibe with the black Americans who call themselves FBA. We've been seeing them, but the type of world we're living in, those quote unquote black Americans, you're beginning to see it. Many of them are bending their knees. They are becoming pro-America. So Trump giving these white Afrikaners refugee status, what he's doing now is, since he's punishing South Africa for various reasons, he is offering lands to the Afrikaners, the white South Africans, to relocate here to the United States. But there's this group called the AfriForum that some people call racist. I'm very surprised they gave a statement, public statement, rejecting Trump's offer of moving. It looks like they don't want to leave South Africa. They just want to be able to stay there and keep the land. Trump went to the extreme. He is trying to move the whites out of South Africa so he can exert pressure on South Africa. And what Trump is showing is he doesn't need South Africa, because South Africa talks about mineral resources. Trump is now looking to, you've heard about Greenland. He said he wants to buy Greenland. Why do you think Trump wants Greenland? Because of mineral resources. He's talked about making Canada their 51st state. And I'm going to show you a clip that came out yesterday. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, like even though they thought the cameras were off whatsoever, but Trump spoke about it, because what most people don't realize, Canada has tons of resources, tons of it. But because in Canada is still technically owned by the British, the monarchy. On their money, they have the queen there. So Trump is looking at it like, look, he doesn't care about that artificial line, the artificial line that we talk about in Africa now, right? How like Pan-Africans are saying, let's ignore it. So Trump is, you would say, equivalent like Pan-European. So he's like, hey, I'm not acknowledging this. If we as America, we're giving you all this money, Why don't we just make you the 51st state? So whether you agree with Trump or not, if someone is paying your bills, they get to tell you what to do. And now, if you look at it, South Africa, I mean, there were many South Africans that's been on this panel here, letting West Africans know how much of a hardworking people they are. And already, there are plenty of Nigerians already reminding the South Africans of their deeds. So another news, another topic that I want us to talk about here. Elon Musk's father, Errol Musk, he had an interview on Vlad TV, and I think the interview is very interesting. I mean, he talked about, because he mentioned how the white people in South Africa are not weak. He talked about how they defeated the blacks out there. And I mean, I'll let you guys hear it for yourself. And also, I have a video that I'm going to play here of a white South African refugee. That's right. All this black refugee stuff is out. In comes white refugee. Trump is like, man, F y'all. Because you guys know Trump checks out social media. And most of you can come and start crying, oh, how dare you, Trump? You guys don't think Trump was seeing videos of people in third world countries laughing at America, celebrating to see, oh, they can't wait for America's downfall? Don't you think he has been seeing these? So now you cannot accuse America. See, the system he's using is called financial colonization. So South Africa, now their president is saying Trump is bullying them. But how is he bullying you if he's not touching you? So I'm going to get straight into the videos here. Let's start with Canada. Is Trump joking about Canada? Well, all of us can speculate, but nobody can give us the right answer but the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, the actual guy that sat with Trump. So since we don't know if Trump is joking or not, we're going to hear from him. Let me do my fair use here. Here we go. All right, let's hear from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau.
I know the media would love to stick around for the Q&A. They're not going to be able to do that.
The doors were closed, but the mic was still on.
But Mr. Trump has it in mind that one of the easiest ways of doing that is absorbing our country. And it is a real thing. In my conversation with him
The CBC News camera didn't capture all of Trudeau's remarks about annexation, but the Toronto Star captured more, and he made it clear he didn't believe the tariffs were about trade or drugs or migrants. I suggest that not only does the Trump administration know how many critical minerals we have, but that may be even why they keep talking about absorbing us and making us the 51st state, he told the room. They're very aware of our resources, of what we have, and they very much want to be able to benefit from those. Business mogul Arlene Dickinson.
Are you guys hearing this? Are you understanding this? Now you are seeing that when people push the race stuff on you, you have been played. So clearly, South Africa, what leverage are they going to have? Trump is looking to annex Canada. This is the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau. He's letting all of us know. He thought the cameras were off. He's letting us know, no, Trump is not joking. Trump truly wants to take over Canada. Like he is letting you know that's what is happening. So now things are going to make sense to you. You know, like some of the South Africans that were saying, coming on here saying, oh no, we good, nothing is gonna go left. Oh no, it's not good. Because the expert, even when you wait till you hear, hear from Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, and you will understand. Because to battle, this battle right here is a difficult one. Because the person you're going to be calling enemy, you want to depend on your enemy. So Canada, right here, Trudeau was trying to flex. The first meeting he had with Trump, when he left, he resigned right away. Do you guys know that Trudeau is already resigned? So Trudeau is practicing, semi-socialism. So this entire scheme, I mean, we've been lied to. ANC, the South African government, is a communist government. So what we are seeing here, most people don't understand. This is the toppling of communists. The communists have infiltrated and controlled the world for a little bit. So now, the people like Trump, nationalists, are back in charge. Europe, the Europeans are now talking about, let's make Europe great again. So places like South Africa that were propped up, not because the black South Africa, not because of military might, is because of the communists. Some were in charge. So they propped it up. So now they fed the South Africans, the black South Africans, just like the blacks here. They got fed, they made money, they become rich. But these people are not inventors. They are not. They are being subsidized. Now we are learning that the black South Africans are making the same deals on minerals, just like the people on Congo. The only reason why we can see it is because they got whites with them over there. So now they are so used to it, and cutting them off would completely break them. Because who are the farmers in that country? This option that Trump is offering them, refugee status, they come to America and give them vast lands. I mean, like, if a whole bunch of them take that offer, yes, I get it. There are black South Africans talking tough, but I guarantee you, it will become Zimbabwe overnight. Do you know how fast a country goes down? So when we hear from the president of South Africa, you will see for yourself, is this a man who is scared or a man who thinks they got this? You're seeing Trudeau. Trudeau is letting us know, Canada, Trump wants to annex Canada. Imagine that. So the man is immune. You can't accuse him of racism. Canada is a white country. Do you know what Trump said about Ukraine? He said even the money that the United States gave Ukraine, because you see, Ukraine have some rare earth minerals. So Trump is proposing that Ukraine pay back the United States with those minerals. Mind you, Trump is the same person from years ago. His belief is, he's like, no, United States shouldn't go into Iraq. He said, but since they went there, they said they're liberating the place. You bombed up the place, you control it, and now you're giving them all these billions. Why don't you just take the oil? Because you said you're there to, liberate Iraqis, right? So liberating them costs money. So he's like, why don't we take the oil? So Trump believes this. He believes that if he gives you something, you got to give something back in return. So all these countries, what they were, they were used to, all this USAID thing where people are like, oh yeah, they're getting free checks from the United States. Those days are over. So South Africa is feeling the pinch. I mean, I gotta be honest, I thought South Africa got it good. I thought they got it going on. Because, you got Malamas and all that, these people, they were talking tough and everything. But apparently, it's like they ain't got it good like that. So this is the time for Africans and other people to wake up and see, like, because West Africans and other places are in good position. They're not used to the luxury. They create their own. So there's nothing to take from those countries, nothing to take at this point. Everything that white Europeans could take from our various countries from the 60s is all over. But if they take what South Africans are benefiting from, man, it's going to be painful. It's going to be painful for the blacks there. So here we go.
Was in the room with Trudeau as a member of his advisory council, and she says his remarks align with her own thinking.
I think my belief is very strongly, and has been, I've articulated this many times in my posts and my discussions with people, that I do believe the objective of Donald Trump is to take over our resources.
Trudeau has reportedly made similar comments privately to premiers, raising questions about how long the government has viewed this as Trump's endgame.
There can be questions to the Prime Minister and to other ministers who are involved. When did you know that this was a serious thing? Did you know he wasn't joking that first time? Like, what's really been going on behind the scenes here?
What I'd like to see, Canada become our 51st state.
The U.S. president has been...
So, you guys are seeing this. And I've been seeing some people, who are like, oh man, hey, Trump is just talking crazy. Those of you that's been following Trump from his apprentice days or even before that, just be honest with yourself. Since when is Trump known to just say things just for the hell of it? Until the media started, telling you don't believe what you are seeing or hearing. If you truly know Trump, when did you ever know him to just say stuff just for the hell of it? Like, yeah, sometimes he could be trolling, but there's truth behind it. He means these things. Whether this hurts your feelings or not, he means these things. So when he said Canada would become the 51st state, I knew right away he was serious. And now Trudeau is telling us. Trudeau met him, the Prime Minister. He sat with Trump. They had conversation. So this is not about like all that race stuff. Trump is like, hey, Canada got rare. Do you know that Canada have diamonds? So all this stuff, like people were like, oh yeah, in Congo, Africa, all this. Canada has tons of resources that is needed. But because they have all these regulations in place, so they are like, oh no, we don't want to destroy our environment. So Canada, the landmass is bigger than the USA. But they only have like, I think like 45 million people total. Canada does not have a strong standing army. They rely on the United States. They rely on the United States for all this trade. And Trump had made it clear to their face, like, hey, look, you ain't got nothing we need. You're getting 250 billion from us. He's like, like, why are you getting this money from us? Why don't you just become our 51st state? So he's not joking. Here we go.
Open about wanting to use economic force to annex Canada. He's threatened close ally Denmark with war if it doesn't hand over Greenland.
I don't think that sovereignty is a concept that troubles Donald Trump a whole lot. He thinks this is an artificially drawn border. And so I think just this kind of blows the doors off.
Isn't this what Pan-Africans have been advocating for? Pan-Africans say, ignore those artificial borders. Guess what? Trump have been he follows the Pan-African principle. So the border between Canada and the United States really doesn't mean anything to him. You're hearing this, right? Because by the stroke of a pen, that line would just disappear. So here we go.
Off of everything and really kind of opens up like really strange conversations about how we will protect our sovereignty.
Canada made a show of activity at the border, trying to prove it's serious about drugs and migrants to address Trump's stated concerns.
He needed to be able to say there was a threat to the United States. That comes in the form of fentanyl and border protection. And so it is a distraction. It is something that needs to be dealt with, but it's a distraction from what he really then talks about, which is access to our resources and access to having Canada be part of, the United States.
We saw the Canadian government invite media to two events at different parts of the border to showcase its helicopter patrols. So Trudeau's strategy seems to be to give the U.S. what it says it wants on drugs, on border security, while at the same time being aware that they may just be pretexts.
And Trump's annexation threats are getting a reaction in the U.S. too.
That's right. The talk of annexing Canada and the threats to Denmark and Panama may have been a bit of a surprise at first from a president who, after all, promised to end foreign wars. But many of Trump.
All right. So you've seen and heard that. I was just giving you an example to show you that, like, Canada is bending the knee. South Africa's economy is not bigger than Canada's. And if Canada is squeezed, so mind you, what can you accuse Trump of? It's like you can't accuse him of racism. You can't accuse him of invading you. All he has to do is like, all right, I'm going to, put tariffs on you. I'm going to stop the money that is coming your way. And then it's over. What can you accuse him of? What, you're going to be like, oh, I like people that say, I hate USA. Okay, fine. You hate USA? That's cool. Well, you better start hating USA money. So South Africa have been running around, spreading their wings like they are the big boys in town. Little did we know South Africa, in fact, is receiving aid. But while they're receiving the aid, the people they're receiving the aid from, they keep talking greasy towards those people. So South Africa is being hit for different things they have done. South Africa have stabbed the United States in the back by taking United States' best friend, Israel, you guys know this, to the ICC. Because South Africa is like, yeah, we are all about, taking care of things. We stand for truth and righteousness. But South Africa kept ignoring their fellow Africans of what they are being accused of. Their fellow Africans are like, man, you're xenophobic, like they've fomented a lot of hate from the people. And then when those people speak, I mean, not all of them, but many, we've seen it, even like the Chidima thing with the Nigerians, we've seen all this. So I say this to say what? Like South Africa doesn't hold the stance that they've had in the past. And also, let me tell you, I think Trump is an expert on this, because I have this news, right? Trump is being asked about the sanctions, and he makes it clear who it's directed at. Listen to this.
Mr. President, you said, so on Free Social, you said that you were going to cut aid from South Africa. Will you plan to cut aid across other African nations, and why South Africa?
No, it's only South Africa. Terrible things are happening in South Africa. The leadership is doing some terrible things, horrible things. So that's under investigation right now. We'll make a determination. And until such time as we find out what South Africa is doing, they're taking away land, they're confiscating land, and actually they're doing things that are...
So you're seeing and heard that. So you're seeing this. So other Africans, even like South Africa, can come out and be like, yeah, they're doing this because, you know, they want to oppress African. Trump is like, no, hold up. See, they asked Trump clear question and he made it clear. They're like, Trump, is this against all other Africans? He's like, no, just South Africa. As a country, they're doing something terrible, and that's what I'm addressing. So now, if other African nations want to jump in and be like, yeah, I stand with South Africa, what is your beef gonna be against Trump? What is it gonna be? What, you're gonna accuse Trump? You're gonna be like he's evil for not, you know, giving South Africa money, even though South Africa is showing that they're against the interests of America? Well, let me read you this news article here. One of the reasons why South Africa is in trouble. Give me a minute here. Let me see. Let me see if I can share this. Okay. This is from, but let me read this article. Give me a moment. Let me read this article for you. So this is from, it says, why is Trump punishing South Africa? And who are the Afrikaners he wants to give refugee status to? So this is from the AP, Cape Town, South Africa. This is today. US President Donald Trump followed through on his promise to punish South Africa by signing an executive order Friday, stopping all aid to the country over what he called a human rights violation against a white minority group. Are you guys hearing this? So this was signed yesterday. The Trump administration says a land expropriation law South Africa recently passed was blatantly discriminatory against its white Afrikaners, who are descendants of Dutch and other European colonials. The Trump administration said the South African government was allowing violent attacks against Afrikaner farming communities. It is also accused South Africa of supporting bad actors in the world, including the militant group Hamas, Russia, and Iran. So you guys seeing what is happening here? So South Africa aligning itself with Hamas, Russia, and Iran, and you guys know how Trump feels about them. And then this article goes on to say, land distribution in South Africa has been a complicated and highly emotive issue with racial connotations for more than 30 years since the end of the apartheid system of white minority rule in 1994. It was thrust into the global spotlight after Trump and his South African-born advisor, Elon Musk, Elon comes into play again, criticized the South African government's policies as anti-white, sometimes with false statements. What is the law Trump is referring to? Let's explore the law that Trump is referring to. The new Expropriation Act gives the South African government scope to expropriate land from private parties, but only if it's the public interest and under certain conditions. Trump referred to its to it last Sunday when he first announced his intention to stop funding to South Africa. He said South Africa's government was doing terrible things and claimed land was being confiscated from certain classes. That's not true. And even groups in South Africa who are challenging the law say no land has been confiscated. The South African government says private property rights are protected, and Trump's description of the law includes misinformation and distortions. However, the law has prompted concern in South Africa, especially from groups representing parts of the white minority who say it will target them with their land, even though race is not mentioned in the law. So you're seeing is it's the white people coming to Trump for help. The law is tied to the legacy of racist apartheid system and colonialism before that, and is part of South Africa's effort over decades to try and find a way to right historic wrongs. Under apartheid, black people had land taken away from them and were forced to live in designated areas for non-whites. Now, whites make up around 7% of South Africa's population of 62 million, but own approximately 70% of the private farming land. And the government says that inequality needs to be addressed. This is the Black South African government. So all this, the black government have been in charge for 30 years. I'm surprised they haven't addressed this. But who are the Afrikaners? Well, the Afrikaners are a group of white South Africans descended mainly from Dutch settlers who arrived around 370 years ago. They speak Afrikaans, one of South Africa's 11 official languages, and make up many of South Africa's rural farming communities. Afrikaners are at the heart of the apartheid regime, and tensions between some Afrikaner groups and black political parties have lingered around after apartheid. Although South Africa has largely been successful in reconciling its many racial groups, and most Afrikaners consider themselves part of the new South Africa. Some examples of Afrikaners who gain international prominence include EFC fighter Dricus Du Plessis, golfers Ernie Els, and Louis Oz, I don't know how to say this, and actor Charlize Theron. So how, it goes on to say, how is Elon Musk involved? The Tesla billionaire and Trump ally was born and raised in South Africa, but left after high school in the late 1980s when South Africa was still under the apartheid regime. He has for years criticized the current leadership in his homeland, accusing them of anti-white policies and ignoring or even encouraging a genocide with regards to the killings of some white farmers. Those killings are at the center of claims by conservative commentators and now amplified by Trump and Musk that South Africa is allowing attacks on white farmers as a means to remove them. The South African government has condemned the killings and says they are part of the country's desperately high violent crime rates across the board. Experts say there is no evidence of genocide, and the killings make up a very small percentage of homicides. For example, a group that records farm attacks says 49 farmers or their families were killed in 2023, while there were more than 27,000 homicides in the country that year. Musk also accused South Africa this week of having racist ownership laws, an apparent reference to his failure to get a license in the country for his Starlink satellite internet service because it doesn't meet affirmative action criteria. Wow. Are you guys seeing how interesting this is? What does Trump order do? Let's listen to this. What is Trump's order doing to South Africa? Trump's order stops hundreds of millions of dollars a year the US gives South Africa, most of it to help its HIV/AIDS response. The US gave South Africa around $440 million last year and funds 17% of South Africa's HIV program through the president's emergency plan for AIDS relief. Parts of that funding had already been threatened by Trump's global aid freeze, but it will now all be stopped in a major blow to South Africa's health sector. South Africa has around 8 million people living with HIV, with 5.5 million of them receiving antiretroviral medication, and US funding is vital in supporting the largest national HIV/AIDS program in the world. So the United States supports South Africa's AIDS program. The executive order also said South Africa has taken an anti-American stance, even led the charge on many issues, accusing it of supporting Hamas, Russia, and Iran, and being too close to China's ruling Communist Party. South Africa has long been a supporter of Palestinians and a critic of Israel, and has maintained close ties to Russia because of its help in fighting apartheid. Trump's order appears to require significant shift in South Africa's foreign policy to allow the aid to start again. All right. You've seen and heard that. So South Africa, it looks like South Africa is in trouble. Do you guys think South Africa is going to bend the knee? Well, let's find out. So in fact, people might say, man, what is going on? They got white refugees. You know, how did Trump even come up with this? You might think it's just Elon Musk. So whether this is propaganda or it's people out there making this claim, we have video of a white man from South Africa in the US who's a South African refugee. Let's hear what he has to say. Fair use. Here we go.
My name is Jason Bartlett, and I'm a white South African. I currently live in the United States, and I came here illegally in 2019, and I pleaded for asylum. Now you ask yourself, why on earth would a white South African plead for asylum? Well, I'll give you a few reasons. South Africa is the rape capital of the world. It is one of the most crime-ridden countries in the world. It is...
So, he's starting off with the crimes. We cannot deny that the place is ridden with crimes. You cannot dispute this because in 2025, we have videos all over the place. So, let's see what prompted Trump to intervene. Okay? Let's see why Trump is intervening in South Africa.
The current government systematically goes out and murders the white farmers. The very people that feed them are being tortured and brutally slaughtered on a daily basis. The rape capital of the world, the infant rape capital of the world. Now, you go onto social media and you, of course, just like America, we've got screaming liberals that have got a woke mind virus. And they will tell you that everything's honky-dory in South Africa. But they don't tell you that those are the multimillionaires who live in estates behind 10-foot fences that are electrified and paid security guards to monitor those areas.
So, in many words, he's saying it's not safe to be white in South Africa. So this is why this man got refugee status in the United States. Let's hear more from, what his experience has been.
24 hours. Just other side those fences, people can't stop at a stop sign after 7 o'clock at night. People can't go for a walk at 7 o'clock at night. Maybe a couple of men can go, but you know what? How about the women? They can't go anywhere when the sun sets. You can consider them raped, you can consider them abused, and you can consider them kidnapped. What happens in South Africa is pure evil. Now, I came to America, I came here legally, and I came and I established myself, and as a true South African.
So, because usually on this channel, we mostly would give the black voice and, but, we would always say black people are being oppressed. So I want us to hear from the white side. So what we're hearing here is, in America, they call it reverse racism and discrimination. So he's letting us know that, whites are not safe. They are being hunted, like the blacks were being hunted by the KKK. So the blacks in South Africa apparently have become KKKs, just like the KKKs in the South. I mean, this is weird how it turned out there in the South of Africa. What's with the southern parts of countries? I mean, geez. Anyways, I don't want to get distracted. Let me let you guys hear more.
Like Joe Rogan says, America needs more people that are not losers. And I'm not a loser. I came over here with a few $100s and a suitcase, and I've developed a career for myself. I'm now a superintendent of a golf course. I pay a lot of tax. I support the government. I support the American flag, and I support the American people. I also became a qualified pilot. I am in charge of...
Guys, don't forget to hit the like. Don't forget to hit the like. So here we go.
A farmer's market, as well as I now run a 150-acre farm of my own, where I raise cattle and sheep, all grass-fed and all for the American people, because that's in my blood. That's what I do. And what the most detrimental part to my soul is the fact that people can stand up and say everything's okay in South Africa. Because that is my reality. I came here because I've been through some traumatic experiences, including myself and my wife. We've lost family members. We've lost people that we love. And the day-to-day basis of crime and atrocities that are happening in South Africa is something that we don't want to live with. We wanted to come to America, live the American dream, and by the grace of God, we have achieved that. And we're getting stronger and better. However...
So Trump is encouraging more of the whites to move here to the US, and he's going to give them free land. So let's hear, this man tell us his plight.
Since 1652, the white people have been in South Africa. They've bought their land and they've acquired their land legally. And now, Ramaphosa, which is our pagan...
So he's saying they bought those lands, they did not conquer it. They bought it legally.
Pagan ANC leader has signed into law expropriation of land without compensation. So if you're white, they can come up to you and tell you, hey, we want that land and we're going to take it and we're going to pillage it and we're going to rape the earth and we're not going to create food for anybody and you can't say anything about it. Zimbabwe 2.0. How did that work?
So Zimbabwe always comes to play. I mean, like, wait, have we been lied to about the history? Because why are we hearing this man say they bought those lands? But the history we heard was the Dutch that came there, they conquered that land. Like they took the land from the Africans there. Isn't that what the wars were all about? But he's saying they bought the land. Okay, let's continue.
Work out. So this over here is just a video for you to understand that those white South Africans and white South African farmers are entitled to their land. They're entitled to what they have. They do not have to leave that country. They do not have to be forced to leave that country. So the wonderful country of the United States is always willing to help. They're always willing to help, always signing checks to places like Ukraine, places like Gaza, everything like that. The people that hate America get so much support. How about you take a look at a petition that my friend Willem Petzer and TV Wessels have put together, and they're going to go to the embassy this month, and they're going to hand it over, and you're going to see the hundreds of thousands of white farmers that support Donald Trump. We're not asking for handouts, but we are asking for intervention so people can rightfully keep their property, because no one's going to invest in a country that has expropriation without compensation. Nobody in their right minds would do that.
All right, you've seen and heard that. So now you're seeing why Trump is responding that way. So now let's take a look at another clip. How did Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, respond to all this? I've read the AP news article. I've shown that video. So I've shown what Donald Trump also said. So let's look at what the president of South Africa, Ramaphosa, how is he responding to all this? Here we go.
We are witnessing the rise of nationalism, protectionism, the pursuit of narrow interests, and the decline of common cause. This is the world that we, as South Africa.
So he's starting the speech by saying there's a rise of nationalism. Okay, so Ramaphosa is starting out by trying to bash nationalism. Isn't that what Black South Africa stands for? They said South Africa for South Africans. Isn't that what the land is all about? So exactly, Acadia, you cannot attack the people that are giving you the check or feeding you. Yeah, imagine that. So Ramaphosa, let's see what else he says.
A developing economy must now navigate. But we are not daunted to navigate our path through this world that constantly changes. We will not be deterred. We are, as South Africans, a resilient people, and we will not be bullied. We are...
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold up, Ramaphosa. Wait. What does he mean by we're not going to be bullied? Look, Ramaphosa, Trump is not saying he wants to do anything to you. He's like, look, we're just not going to give you money anymore. We ain't going to support you. I mean, sure, like, you know what you need to do if you want us to support you. Like, you can't double dip. In many words, Trump is just like, all right, since you like Iran, you like Russia and China, you can go to them and get the money. Oh, I mean, why is Ramaphosa sounding like he's afraid of confiscating these lands and hand it over to the blacks? Because yesterday, my other show, Diego was accusing the blacks of not knowing how to farm, and people were very upset. KS3 said Elon Musk and AfriForum boys are the bullies, not Trump. Well, KS3, like the AfriForum Surprisingly, I found this news clip. They are leaders. Guys, you won't believe this. They are, in fact, turning Trump's offer, because you see, Trump said they should, he's giving them the offer to leave South Africa, to move, to come over here in the United States, and he's offering them land. And I find it fascinating. AfriForum, they backtracked it. They started saying, no, we don't want to leave South Africa. It's our homeland. And what Trump is proposing, he is going to create more problems for us. What does AfriForum want? Do you want to continue to live peacefully with the Black South Africans as one and the same? Like, they're pretending like they were not the same people that's been sending message out there to other foreign countries like the United States. But now all of a sudden, Trump is like, all right, you can come over to the United States. We'll give you land. They don't want to take it. So Ramaphosa, now, he's saying he's been bullied. Let's find out how they are being bullied here.
Concerned about the potential impact of the decision by the United States government to suspend some of its funding for HIV and TB programs in...
Whoa! Wait a minute. Are you guys hearing this? How is this even leaving Ramaphosa's lips? He said, we are being bullied because the United States government have decided to cut their funding to us. The United States government is cutting their funding because they said we are supporting the people we consider to be their enemies. So now, since, they're giving us money and we're not doing what they say, and, why would it make sense to support the person that's giving you money? Of course, you should stab that person in the back and then expect them to keep giving you money. What is wrong with Ramaphosa? That's not how the universe works. That's not how it works. So this is why I say this is going to be a difficult one. Even the people that would say we want to stand with South Africa, the only way you are going to stand with South Africa in this instance is if you are willing to write them a check. Absolutely. Either that or Ramaphosa, the president here, bends the knee, just like Justin Trudeau I showed you earlier, and let things flow like it used to, and pretend like he's no longer friends with Iran, Hamas, and all them people. It's either that or just accept the sanction. That's what's happening here. As simple as that. Who's going to force Trump to write them a check? Who? The man, you can't accuse him of taking anything from you. You guys remember, we've heard some people say, oh, we got resources, even some of their political officials. But there's nothing more scary than the person giving you money to show you that they don't need anything from you. Even your valuable, they're like, nah, you can keep it. We don't care. We're just going to cut you off. So it's scary. Ramaphosa here looks very scared. So here we go.
African countries for 90 days.
You see what he's doing? He's trying to pull other talking about African. Trump said South Africa. Please don't do this, Ramaphosa. He's trying to pull African countries into this. And you guys heard Trump. He made it clear. He said, no, not all of Africa, just South Africa. So here we go.
Now, this funding that we get.
And you guys see that lady? She ain't even paying attention. This must not be serious to her. I just wanted to point that out. Here we go.
Accounts for about 17% of our country's HIV spend. We have been able, over the years, to provide funding from our own resources, our own fiscus, for our HIV and TB programs. We are looking at various interventions to address the immediate needs and ensure the continuity of.
Well, you guys remember FBA said they, they tied with South Africa. Well, South Africa needs your help right now. Okay? FBA needs to step in. Or maybe FBA have gone MAGA. I don't know. But let's find out.
The essential services that we might lose if this funding does not come through. We will speak with one voice in defense of our national interests, our sovereignty, and our constitutional democracy. By standing true to our values, by harnessing our unique strengths and endowments, and by forging a common purpose, we can turn these trying circumstances to our advantage.
So, you seen and heard that. Why isn't Ramaphosa addressing what Trump is accusing them of? I find that very, very fascinating. So this whole South Africa thing is very confusing and weird. So when you would hear the name Elon, but Elon's father, you can see where he got it from. His father's name is Errol Musk. So Errol gave this interview that's, I find very, very interesting. And he is like a straight shooter, not sugarcoating things. And man, the things that he talks about here would upset some blacks, but let's hear it and break it down. I'm telling you, we are living in a different era. Or maybe your eyes are just being open to what is happening in South Africa or what happened there. Let's hear from Errol Musk and break it down.
Well, I remember one of the things that Mandela said when he first took power was that he didn't want black people to take revenge against the white people of South Africa. He wanted a society where everyone coexisted. Was that actually the case, though?
Did he actually say that?
Yeah, he said
that. Well,
So, man, this is interesting. So Vlad is asking him, he said, when Mandela became president in 1994, he said he didn't want the blacks to revenge on the whites. So Elon's dad is like, did he really say that? So now I'm beginning to think, was that even a speech, or did he not care? So I want you to hear how he responds to this.
Look, I wouldn't have. That would have been very bad for the black people. The white people are not pussies in this country.
Did you hear that? So he's like, sure. Even if the blacks had wanted to do that, he's like, that's a bad idea because the whites are not pussies in South Africa. So he's letting you know, like, yeah, they are the majority, but we'll handle them. And he goes further to explain that why they are not pussies in South Africa.
White men in this country are serious. If you understand what I mean. We wouldn't have wanted something like that to happen. It would have been a terrible thing to happen. It's not like we would all run away. It was 450 white men and women who defeated 10,000 Zulus.
So Did you hear what he just said? He's like, yeah, the numbers don't matter. I mean, like, he just told you the number. Less whites, they defeated, the Zulus. So we all hears about the Zulus as the warriors. He's letting us know. I mean, they beat them with no problem, with less numbers. 450 versus 100,000.
The Battle of Blood River.
Sorry, 450 versus 10,000.
And left 6,000 of them dead, So, and not one injury to a white person. So, no.
Man, what? He said they beat 10,000 of them with no injuries. I mean, okay.
The white people, that's a good thing it didn't, because it would have been stupid. But it was a very nice thing for Mandela to try and say to people. On the other hand, they did start going into gangs of, blacks did start going into white people's homes and just shooting them in their beds. And, here and there, they came into my home on one occasion.
So he's saying black people there would go and attack the white people, shoot them in their beds and stuff. So he's about to explain a scenario that happened with him himself. I mean, this is wild. I want you to hear this.
7 or 8 of them, and I dispatched 3 of them to the next world, and then the rest ran away. But they fired 52 rounds at me.
I want to go deeply into the story here, since you.
Yes, they fired 52 rounds at me. I fired 2 rounds.
Wait, so he's telling you he deleted 3 blacks. Couple of them attacked him. He's saying they fired 52 rounds at him, and he fired 3 shots and took out 3 people. So what, 1 bullet for each? Well, I'll let him explain this.
Okay, so let's go.
So, I mean, this, I wish it's not too late in South Africa. The South Africans might want to call in and explain this. The blacks.
Go ahead and have the setting. So this was at night. You're at home asleep in your house?
No, I had a home. The home on the horse stud that we had, I still kept it all the years. And I was renting it out. And I was living in Pretoria. By that stage, I had a new child. She was 6 years old, Alexandra. She now lives in Texas, in Austin. And I went over with her when she was 6 years old to see how the house looked, because it's a big house, and I painted it out, with some sort of white paint and stuff. And I went to see how the painters were getting on. It was 5 o'clock or so in the evening. Got there, the painters were about leaving, and we had a look at the house. We luckily put on all the lights. And then the painters left, and my daughter said we used to live there for a while, and my daughter said she'd like to have a bath in the main bathroom. So I ran a bath for her, and then I heard some noise in the lounge area, and I went up to the lounge. This was probably about 6 o'clock in the evening in about March. So dusk, not nighttime, not daytime. And there were a bunch of black men in the lounge.
So he's telling us how he came in contact with the blacks South Africans. I mean, doesn't he look like Al Pacino? I mean, doesn't this sound like a Charles Bronson movie? So now he's about to meet, the blacks, doing, their usual criminality, I was not there, but let's hear him out, how this went.
And my initial thought was, I had an electric fence around the property, and my initial thought was, how on earth did they get through the electric fence? Because I built that fence myself. And then I thought maybe they want to rent. So I said, can I help you? And the lead one, who had a jacket and tie on actually, raised his left arm towards me, and thought he wanted to shake hands or something. But he immediately fired a gun at me. You know, the sparks. I just saw the sparks my way. I could have moved. I don't know what I did, but it didn't hit me. It hit a glass door behind me and shattered the door. And then
man, what is going on in South Africa? So the blacks are just terrible. Geronimo John said, "You blocked me." No, you are not blocked, Geronimo. I'm reading it right now. So he has electric fence. So somehow the blacks, when pass it, so he thought maybe they are there to try to rent or something, and but they turned out to be people who are there to attack him. So here we go.
Realized, I suppose, and then all happening very quickly, I ran back down to the bathroom in the main bedroom where I'd left. We always carried a weapon. In fact, I still carry a weapon, and it's a Magnum. So I carried a 357 Magnum, and I went to the bathroom where I'd put it on a shelf when I ran the bath away from my daughter, grabbed the Magnum, and as they came down the passage, they were coming down the passage, I stood at the entrance, the main bedroom entrance to the passage, and I took the one in front out, with a bullet through the head, and that bullet actually went into the one behind him as well.
Wait, did you guys catch this? So wait, so he like fired the shot. The bullet went through the first dude's head, and did I hear him correctly? I mean, like, did I hear him correctly? Okay, let's continue.
And then they ran back, and then a while later, when we were like in a standoff situation.
Hold on, let me make sure. You're right. Let me replay this.
Down the passage, they were coming down the passage. I stood at the entrance, the main bedroom entrance to the passage, and I took the one in front out, with a bullet through the head, and that bullet actually went into the one behind him as well. And then they ran back, and then a while later, when we were like in a standoff situation, I looked again, and there was another one on his knees waiting for me to look out. And as I looked out, we both shot at the same time. I shot him in the groin. I saw the bullet go into his groin because I was right behind the bullet. And he fired at me, and it would have hit me in the middle.
The link is in the chat. You can hit the link if you want to join the conversation. Yes, that's Errol Musk, Elon's father, letting us know his encounter with some of the, black criminals in South Africa. I mean, this story is it's definitely epic. Zongo said, this man said, white South Africans are not pussies. Zongo, why are you laughing? The link is in the chat, guys. You can join in. So, I mean, did you ever know this is what is taking place in South Africa? Well, let's hear more.
Of my chest, but it actually went into the aluminum frame of a sliding door that was between me and him, or a folding door, and so I would have been killed. But anyway, he was he disappeared. We were able to. They'd fired 52 shots. The police collected all the shells that they fired. I fired from a revolver. No shells.
Well, he's mentioning the police. I mean, this might sound crazy, but it seems like this is happened because, I mean, in South Africa, this type of crime seems like a norm. Spellcaster said this has to be a dream he had. Spellcaster, why are you making me laugh? Spellcaster, are you telling me he didn't encounter these criminals? I mean, I just wish the South Africans were awake so they can hit the link and confirm this for us.
Only fired 2 shots, and yeah, the house was a wreck. But my daughter and I were able to escape through a window in the main bedroom that had been completely shot out. So we were able to jump through that into the garden and escape, a picture window out into the garden and escape. And yeah, so that was that.
So you ended up killing 3 people.
Well, yeah, I'm not proud of it. I mean, I didn't intend to. You know, they tried to kill me, so you know, they wound up dead, 3 of them.
Yeah, I mean, I've told the story before. I had a home invasion happen to me many years ago, and I thought I'd killed the home invader.
The whites in South Africa are no joke. I have people here. I have Garian, Christopher Musk. Garian, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
How are you doing, sir?
I am well. Where are you calling from, Garian?
I am calling from North Carolina. I am a Rwandan citizen.
Welcome to
and
the
American
show.
citizen.
Welcome. So, what do you think about, Trump punishing South Africa for
Well, if
what?
oh, I'm sorry.
For racism. I mean, that's what he said. Discriminating against the whites and also trying, taking the lands from them and supporting, other people that he considered to be enemies of America. What do you think about this?
I think it's a great thing due to the simple fact that South Africa has been getting real ballsy with its wars. I do remember earlier that you covered the Congo and Rwandan battle that has been going on for the past 5 years now, and South Africa has been trying to dip its little toe into it for the past 3 years now.
You're right. Malema did say they have a strong army.
Yep, and I think this is an immaculate idea due to the simple fact that I don't want my people going to war again.
So what about what did you see in the South African president's face and in his voice? Do you think like he's calling for help from other black countries?
I do think that it would be a good idea for him to try to to consolidate good relationships with other black countries, specifically Botswana, since I know that they have a pretty decent history with one another, and Botswana is known for having a pretty stable economy compared to its neighbor.
But it's a smaller economy compared to the US.
It is, but the thing is that South Africa doesn't have really much of a choice in the matter when it comes to picking and choosing due to, its economic state. But what they could also do is do what Zimbabwe did and try to, do some form of apology to the white farmers. How they've been trying to get back their land for the past, I think it's been like 2 years now since this has been happening.
Right.
I think South Africa could pull a move similar to that and see if they could try to at least.
But don't you think South Africa is going to bend the knee?
God no. Those, I think, out of all of the Africans, they are the most stubborn when it comes to their beliefs on.
No, but see, this is now not based in beliefs. This is about money, and they've tested luxury. You see, so I mean, for them to give that up is gonna be hard.
That would be, but they would have no choice in the matter because otherwise it would just be taken. So
interesting. Let's bring Christopher. Christopher, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
So what's the deal?
Christopher, where are you calling from?
Texas.
Texas. So are you South African?
Nah, I'm South American.
South American. Okay. So what do you think about, Trump pulling the, aid money from South Africa
I
because
mean,
of
South Africa, man. Hey, they got to do for themselves, you know. I mean,
but
you can't.
but the president said Trump is bullying them. Why? Are you not buying it? Are you not calling this bullying?
Nah, you know, it's Elon Musk, man. Yeah, he's pretty much taking out all his gripes, you know, that he has on South Africa and using the presidency to, further his agenda and further his what's the word I'm looking for? His gripes, you know.
So what do
And
you
his
think about the white refugee from that the video I played, that the one that is pleading for Trump's help for what they've experienced, in South Africa? Because you see, he's pretty much saying the blacks are practicing racism over there, and as you can
yeah. I mean,
see here, how they
I'm
are
I'm an
Elon's
American,
father.
so I mean, you as an African, what do you think? What
Well, I
do you
mean,
think that you think they're practicing racism?
no, I'm asking you. It's not about what I think. This is what they are being accused of.
But do
It's
you
not
believe
about
them?
it's not about what we think. I'm just telling. I read the news here. It's about what is being said. So because technically, like, it's not about what
But
you and I
I'm
think.
saying you. I'm saying you. Do you believe them?
It's not about what I believe.
What part of Africa you from, bro?
Oh, I'm from West Africa. I'm not from South Africa.
West Africa, what part? Kenya?
Oh, no. Kenya is in East Africa.
Okay, yeah. I'm dumb
Yeah,
American, man.
but are you? What I'm saying is, I'm not trying to, because this is not about whether you and I think there's actual racism or what they are being accused of. That's not what I'm saying here. That's not the topic. This is
Well,
about what has already been said by the
well,
man.
one thing I could say, is South Africa, they picked a side. You know, they went with BRICS, which
Okay.
that's
So
that's
so do
that's
you
not a
so
good
you
look. You know,
so you as a FBA, do you think you're gonna support, the black South Africans against Trump's, bullying?
I mean, on that type of deal, we got a lot of stuff going on in America,
But
and
these are
it's
your
it's
black brothers, like the white man is over here trying to, put his knees on the brother's neck. Like, Gary, and why are you laughing?
Nothing. It's just
Man,
you're
the
giving
black
me
man is being oppressed, and Christopher, you over here talking about you got plenty of things to do. Like, what kind of stuff do you gotta do to a point where you don't want to support the black South Africans?
I mean, the black South Africans, hey, they got a whole government, they got a whole country, they got if they put their mind together, they could do beautiful things
Well,
in their
they're
country.
already doing that. The white man trying to block that by, refusing to continue to give them money.
Nobody can block what God has planned, man. Nobody.
Okay, all right. Well, South Africans, you're hearing this. So this is what, Christopher, that's where he's standing on. And you notice the Nigerians, they're not hitting the link. We know where
But
they
I mean, I don't
yeah,
have too much
we know
anyway.
what we know what.
I'm American. This guy that's speaking like he wants to run down on them.
who,
He wants full
who,
control.
Errol,
That dude.
who, this is Elon's dad, Errol. What do you think about what he's saying?
Yeah, I
Sounds
think
like
that
a
was lies.
yeah, it
You
sounds
know
like a
what?
Jason Bourne.
Here's the thing. Since
Yeah, he's lying.
you guys don't want to take a side, we have Gwe in the house. Gwe is a real Pan-African. At
No,
least,
I'm not. Don't lie on me.
Don't put that on.
But,
Don't put that on
I
Gwen.
don't, you know what? Gwe wouldn't even let me finish the sentence.
Don't lie on me. I'm not for
So,
that.
Gwe, Trump is punishing South Africa. And so, like South Africa's president is saying they are being bullied for refusing to giving money. What do you make of this? What is
That
going
is crazy. Ramaphosa is being two-faced. Ramaphosa wants to keep getting money from the Russians, the Chinese, and allowing them to do whatever, and then still receiving money from America. It don't work that way, So you have to pick a side, and you're supposed to go. It shouldn't even be like a hard situation. You're supposed to pick the side that giving you the money if you really need it.
But do you see now Trump is accusing them of being racist? Now he even gave refugee status to, some of the whites. But I'm confused because here's Elon Musk is dad over there, just banging, black criminals. He's been like Kyle Rittenhouse of South Africa. I mean, so you're saying
they're not being bullied. That Ramaphosa is trying to play on people's emotions. That's just all it is.
But wait, you know what I'm surprised by?
I just think he's just greedy.
Wait, you know what I'm surprised by? Ramaphosa gave this speech, right? He's saying Trump is bullying them, but why isn't he addressing what Trump is accusing him of?
Because he probably knows it's true. He probably know that's true. So maybe that's why he don't want to focus on that. Because let me be honest with you, all that stuff don't matter to Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa care about the money. That's all that's there. So all that stuff he's talking about. First of all, did you see the interview with Zelensky that the reporter had with Zelensky when Zelensky when they said that Zelensky was saying, "Oh, you received $100 million," and Zelensky was like, "What $100 million? I didn't receive $77 million."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
exactly. So the money these people get is all kickbacks, and then once it gets to Africa, the average African that is suffering don't get to see any of that money. So this is all lie. Most of the people in the organization get paid the most. So most of the money is going to salary. That's why you see Kenya was complaining because about 35, I think, thousands of them are supposed to be laid off because if Trump don't redo like the money thing going to them, South Africa is doing the same thing.
But
and that's what it is. South Africa picked a side.
Yeah,
they picked a side. They went with BRICS.
China. What do you expect?
Hey, you can't go with BRICS. No. Hey, it's up for everybody that's picking a side against us. You can't expect support and still you can't go against us like that. Like I don't agree with everything that Elon Musk is talking about.
You see, like Ramaphosa is saying, this is a threat to all Africans.
No, he shouldn't say everybody.
That is bullshit.
No.
It is a threat to him and his stupid little. We know he is lying.
Wait a minute.
I know that's not true because my country, they do whatever America say. I can say that for a fact.
So this is not an African problem.
No, this is not an African problem.
This is a South African problem.
Because you see, Ramaphosa is using the whole. When it's convenient for him, then it's African. When it's not convenient, then it's just South Africa. So you have to pick a side. Like he's not like a person. He's not like even though I don't agree with him either. Malema is like so Pan-African. Ramaphosa is not Pan-African at all. Ramaphosa is all about the money and stay in power and staying rich. That's all it is. So
I think he's gonna bend the knee.
He is. I mean, what else do you have?
Yeah,
Russia is not going to give you the kind of money America is giving you. These people act like to say the money that China is definitely not giving you that money.
Man, if Ramaphosa bends the knee, we don't want to ever hear any South African coming here telling us how those other African leaders are sellouts. And I know these Nigerians, you guys are not calling. I don't know what is going on.
Yeah, but what happened to what Ramaphosa is doing is completely you cannot, like he's saying, like 17% of the people in his country is getting paid by that money, I think, or is going to them
for the health
care. Yeah. So like, if you know that, won't you want to be an ally of America?
I mean, he wants to, have
He
his
wants to
cake,
play
his
all the
cake and
sides.
eat it too.
Yes, he wants to get money from Russia. He wants to get whatever chicken change they're giving him from Russia, whatever chicken change they're giving him from China, and you also want to take the amount of money that America is giving him also. So
But they have so much resources over there.
That's what Jomo Kenyatta's son said. I forgot his name, but that's what his son, Jomo Kenyatta's son, said. That you need to use your natural resources. I'm glad Trump cut all of them off, including my country. I don't care, because the money doesn't go to the poor people anyway. These people stay in power for decades, suffer other Africans, and then cry when the white man cut off the money. Now use your natural resources and your brain cells to try to create your own economy, and use your natural resources and exchange it with other people so that you can get your economy going. Because if they just keep dependent on America, they will never grow up at all. At all, they will never grow up. It's almost like what we do as Africans. The reason why most people in Africa don't want to do nothing is because they have the money tree here in America that just keeps sending them money and sending money and sending money and sending money. They will never want to do anything, because they always know that they got us and we'll always have their back and send money over there.
Well, the way things are going, even the African immigrants are beginning to adopt this Trump behavior, threatening their family members with sanctions back there. Well, I mean, we don't know how this is going to end, but let's bring in Michael B. Michael B., welcome to the Afrikaners Report.
How you doing, brother? Afrikaners.
I am doing well.
I love you, man. When I see your show and everything, today I'm glad to join and you to put my input in there.
Awesome. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Texas.
Texas.
And you say?
Where are you from?
Congo. Democratic.
Congo. All right. Yeah. I would have loved to have you the last time on the Congo show. But
oh no.
And we got a Rwandese up here, so
all right, I got the gloves on. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry. Uruguay's in between you guys there.
I got the gloves on already.
So. Yeah. So Michael B., what do you think about the executive orders against South Africa?
Yeah.
And Ramaphosa is saying they wouldn't be bullied. So, like, what's your take on this?
Yeah, to give you my take on that, clearly I'm going to tell you that I like Trump. I voted for Trump. So if you know Texas, I bear arms, all these things. So I think about it's a great move. A lot of people in the panel says that. Look, me and you, I know, we will from Africa, we're American too, right? Look, South Africa, on my way to the Congo, I stopped there once, probably 10 years ago. I was amazing how an African country, right, was so clean, was developed like that, compared to other countries. Basically, I did a lot of research. South Africa economy is totally based in the European and American economy. Some kind of way, if I can explain that, we feed them to the exchange. One example I can tell you, the tourist industry thrive in South Africa. They probably number one or number two, right? After Egypt, or number one. Guess who's the most tourists who go to South Africa? Are European or American?
Right.
And since they're talking about the Pan-African here, Ramaphosa is Pan-African, but only one or two African countries can go to South Africa without a visa, right? He claims the Pan-African. So a lot of people saying, panel, I did agree. Look, America feeds you. We substitute a lot to a lot of African nation, include South Africa. You're gonna turn your back.
So you're saying all this to accuse Ramaphosa of receiving welfare?
No, not really just Ramaphosa. This was in the Zuma periods, even Mandela. I'm just saying that when it comes when it comes to South Africa, a government or a country, the EU or America substitute a lot to that country. So when you turn your back on me, you go to the BRICS. The BRICS, which is nothing. You know, China sell about 80% or 90% of the good in America. Without America, China is nothing because they cannot sell in all this country because they expect a dollar. Right. So you go to BRICS, you go to India. Look at how the Indian crying when they deported India.
Yeah. Right.
So the BRICS is nothing. But Russia gonna bind to Trump, and they're gonna compromise with the Ukraine situation. So to do not talk too much is just like we feed you, you turn your back, you're gonna face the consequence. And Trump is right about it. You see, America is respected back again.
Yeah.
Look at this country that did not want to take the immigrant. They changed their mind in the next hour, even Canada.
Yep.
So what is South Africa compared to all this major country that bend over? They're going to feel it. Once they feel it, then they're probably going to get rid of the Ramaphosa.
Man, so
then they're going to change the course. Yeah.
But you see, South Africa, man, like let's say Malema, I mean, like they've been talking tough. Malema saying they got strong army, sending message to Kagame, letting Kagame know he can disrespect them and stuff like. And
so, yeah, because behind the white people, South Africa want and directly bullying all the Africans, show them that we're good, we're strong, we're this, which everything that they have belongs to the master, right? But when they go to all this African, right, in the Union, they're like, you know, we're the boss, we develop with this, but everything they really have is belong to the master.
So they're the head Negroes in charge.
Yeah. They just and you see, Elon Musk got tired of this shit. Like, look, everything that you do with bills that belong to us, if we're not gonna take back in charge, first I remove all the white folks in South Africa. Then we see how you guys gonna dwindle down, like the brother just saying. What do you think that move Trump tried to bring a refugee from white? Yeah, he tried to decrease indirectly the amount of the white South African, then just leave the rich that control the industry, the business, and everything. Pull the poor right here, replace them with the Mexican that we have here. It's a great move. I would have done the same if I was in. I mean, better about it.
I mean, for me, watching Ramaphosa and what's happening with South Africa, it just makes me feel like uncomfortable. It seems like I'm watching Roots. Like South Africa, right now, South Africa is being broken. That at this point, you know, it's like two lashes. He kept saying, "I'm Kunta." I don't know if the third one.
So look. You know when
accept that he's Toby. I don't know what's happening here,
bro. You know all this country when they send the military in the Congo. You know they get paid, right?
Right.
Okay. That was the East African, Kenyan, Uganda, all that. So the country is destabilized, the people dying, all these countries sending people just like they did in 80. People would think, oh, Kenya, Pan-African. No, they did that to get paid. And they pay the police $100, $200 a month, but they give millions to the government. So South Africa sent the military. So we're talking about strong military. Look, they killed 19. Now they're on the way to Uganda to bring unalive brother, to bring the body back to South Africa. Brother, if South Africa was so powerful just like Egypt, South Africa would have ended that war in east of DR in the matter of the day. This tell you, look, when they end the apartheid, apartheid, the whitey made sure to wrap all the weapons. You know they had nuke, right?
But yeah,
South Africa had nuke.
and you know the
Yeah.
thing is, South Africa,
Yeah.
you know, they practice the eye to the teeth.
Mhm.
You know, they got a bunch of bonquishes with weaves in their army.
True.
And I'm like, look, man, I mean, you over here doing all this makeup like you just stopping at KFC. I mean, lady, Congo ain't no KFC, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I
So
know some of the South Africans might not like this, but this is what
it's
I've
the
been
truth.
saying.
You cover a lot of time here when the South African told the trip on Nigeria, we support him. Now is their time. They can
Nigeria
come
is
out. It's the
quiet.
truth.
Nigerians are like pretending like this ain't their business.
So pretty much, like I said,
They were pretty vocal. They were pretty vocal last year when a bunch of Nigerians got kicked out of South Africa for causing inflation.
Yeah. So pretty much this is the turn. So they were mad. I never got to this conversation where Afrikaans was covering it. Look, they were mad because the whitey started liking the Nigeria more than them. That was the truth over there. They got mad.
You see, Afrikaners, they South Africa always flex their muscle, So it's like it just show you that they can only flex their muscle in Africa. That's the only place it stays. Once America stand up, once the boss is on the top and telling you what to do, South Africa is nothing but Trump bitch. So I mean, they gotta do what he says. So I mean, like you either do it or you go to the Russians, and they're not gonna give you the kind of money that America is giving these people. It just show you that most of the government, especially in the third world countries, from the way you see everybody freaking out, it just tell you that they are not even using their own natural resources to do anything. They just completely a baby mama on America. There's like a welfare system.
Yes, sister. The entire economy of South Africa is based on Europe and America. Like I told you, when it comes to tourists, only one or two African countries go without a visa, right, to South Africa. The major countries, Europe or America. So they feed the tourist industry. That's one. They gold. They sell the meat here in America or Europe, the fruits, the veggie. So they just in Africa, but the European, based that country when they built that to exchange with the brothers and sisters here in the north, right? That's why it was easy when they handed Mandela the power. The Europe and the US threatened them, say, hey, we already got along with Mandela. He's not gonna do nothing. You're gonna keep nothing, and you're gonna leave. But you're gonna have your money. It's not gonna touch it. Because the way they were easy to trade South Africa, because the economy was based on this side, right? It was easy. If you don't free this block, we're not gonna trade no more. And South Africa had no trade with African country. They had a lot to lose. That's why they had the easy. They had a nuke. If all 53 African countries would attack South Africa, they would just nuke you. So they made sure they dismembered the nuke. The United States took the nuke and everything. That was the agreement. And now the agreement is changing. Malema talking about getting the lands.
Well, I mean, all I can
he's extreme.
All I can say
Very
is
extreme.
all I can say is they better develop taste for bushmeat and start trading with the rest of us. Let's bring risk wisdom. Risk wisdom. Welcome to the Yeah, develop some taste
Good. We need good. We need more monkey meat. In my country, we're running out of monkey meat. So I would appreciate if South Africa could. Oh, he left.
Oh, he left. Anyways, let's segue to Errol Musk. Elon Musk is that. Garian, what do you think about what he is saying, and also the white refugee? Trump is giving the whites refugee status to come here, leave South Africa, and give them land over here. And what do you think about that?
Don't they already have their own ethno-state in South Africa?
That's what I was gonna say. Why you calling
You
them?
mean Orania?
Yes, that.
Well,
What happened to
well,
it?
all of them can go there.
So
Weren't
is
they
he,
talking?
does he want all the whites, like all the whites in South Africa, to come to America?
Well, the ones that have been affected.
The
I thought
farmers?
Orenio was talking about expansion for the past
Well,
3 years.
I think he's saying all of them can come, so that the blacks can suffer more.
Yeah, but some of those people,
Oh,
that's their home, though. You know.
You said that's what?
Brother Afro, I don't think it's gonna happen because I
No,
bet you.
I think South Africa is gonna bend the knee, because if they take those farms, right, they would have to give it to the blacks to farm it. And I mean,
they can't do
They
that.
can't do
wait a
anything.
minute, wait a minute. Are you guys, the blacks can farm? What are you
They can
guys?
I'm
farm,
not
but
saying that. No, I come from farmers. I'm specifically talking about black South Africans.
Yeah.
They cannot do it.
What?
They're not trained
I
for.
don't think
yeah, they properly too. It's not like growing greens in your backyard. They're not talking about that type of farming. You're talking about real farming. So you have to learn, the soil. You have to learn what work with the soil. Like it takes a lot. Like you can just,
are they white. Yeah, are they white South Africans? Are they going to teach them?
I mean, why would I teach somebody if they're about to kick me out of
Brother Afro, can I ask people a question here?
why would I teach you if you showing me you want to replace me?
That's my point. That's my point. I'm saying they don't have the necessary knowledge nor the experience the same way the white South Africans do. They'll lose it immediately.
You're very right. That's why the ANC choose the DA instead of the Malema. This is not even something argued. I tell you, the blacks gonna block the gates. They don't want the white to get out. They don't want to be like other African country. They know the value of the white people in the country, even though they will not accept it.
I said it. I said most of Africa, especially us in West Africa, it's kind of hard to bully us from taking money. Like, what are you gonna take? You're gonna make us more broke? I mean, like what? You're gonna cut our electricity?
Bigger ghettos, more shacks, more sheets.
Well, you're gonna cut our water supply from 5 days to 3 days. Go right ahead.
We know how to survive. We know how to survive our bad. So like,
Yeah, those guys. We're not like Europeans who cry because their Starbucks got shut down.
I mean, my point is, right, because like they are so used to the luxuries. If it will be hard for them to just go back to this.
They won't. There's been people out of South African panel. They don't want white to be out.
I actually think a lot of whites will leave South Africa,
Oh,
but I don't think they'll go to America.
AZ Nation. He's from South Africa. AZ, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. If you can come and give your 2 cents, because he's saying the experts.
I think they won't. Contrary from what you guys think, a lot of white South African already live in the United States here. A lot of them.
Yeah.
If you get on the plane to South Africa, like Delta or United, you see the majority are white, and those whites, is they like Elon Musk or they have ancestry to South Africa, and they also American citizen at the same time, like Jewish.
Yeah. Oh, we have Lozi in the house. Lozi, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Yeah.
So, Lozi, Trump have passed this executive order, to punish South Africa, and I've laid out all the reasons he gave. So, and I also played the video of a white South African refugee in the United States. But Trump gave them the whites, refugee status. They can move here get farmlands, but AfriForum is refusing, their leadership is refusing this and saying they don't want this offer. But Ramaphosa is saying you guys won't be bullied, but you can't accuse America of bullying you by saying they're not going to give you free money. So, Lozi, is your president crying for American welfare check?
Yeah, first of all, Afridamas, I must say this panel is pathetic, man. The way people are so excited about this whole thing.
But Lozi, you have to remember this is other Africans also.
Yeah, give me a chance to speak, brother. Yeah. It's so pathetic, man. It's like they're so miserable because their countries are not functioning. They wish these things on us. Look, we can discuss these things using facts, or we can go with the ramble of wishing the misery on South Africa. Other Africans are so miserable. They've been wishing bad things for us for so long. It's just not gonna happen. Trump so far he's cutting the aid of 17% of $400 million US, which is 17% of healthcare aid to South Africa. I think I told you on the last live Africa.
Well, it's more than 17 because Trump is adding on top of the 17%. The rest of the percentage that he's removing from the whole of Africa, so he's gonna.
Yeah, but I'm talking about for South Africa,
right.
and South Africa is the least country that actually receives aid from America. We don't receive aid from a USA like that much. I mean, other countries receive in billions. You know, we're not even in 500 million. So all I'm saying is that it can do numbers on us. I mean, our economy, we're right. We still depend much on the West, right? But it's more of the services. America, we depend more of the American economy on the services. In terms of the goods themselves, China is our biggest trading partner last year. It was China. So,
but then, Lozi, why is Ramaphosa? Because this is like South African news. I've checked it. You know, like the leadership, they are very worried.
Can you give me a chance to speak?
Okay,
please. Yeah. So Ramaphosa so far is not bending his knee, man. We are South Africans. We've proven ourselves many times that we're not cowards. We're not cowards like many Africans. Can I just speak, man? Calm down. I know you're excited, but we know we're not gonna be a shithole like your country. You're gonna have to calm down on that. So South Africans, we have proven countless times cowards. First, we started by kicking that Israel official out of African Union. We are the biggest funder of African Union as an African state, including Pan-African Parliament as well, which is hosted in South Africa. South Africa is the biggest trading partner of Africa as an African state. I don't know why someone said we don't trade with Africa. We are the ones who are actually pushing the front of Africa inter-trade. South Africa has got a lot of investment across Africa. In top 10, we are in top 10 of largest investors in Africa, and we're the only African country in that top 10. So I think people should do research. So at the moment, Ramaphosa is not begging down. He is continuing with the bill of expropriation of the land. And that's because people don't read into that bill. But this is not even about that. It's about us taking Israel to the international court, and also what is the other thing, man? What is the other thing? There's two reasons why they're doing this. Is Israel and then the BRICS. It's because of the BRICS as well. I mean, next year we're hosting G20 as well. Look, the point is that South Africa it's a key player in many ways. We are not just a small, typical African country that you can sanction and get away with it. There's a way that America is going to have to approach this, and they're just pushing us further and further to break.
But
China.
Lozi, your president is taking this as being bullied. I mean, like
he is crying.
Who's crying?
Aphrodite, you muted yourself.
Who's crying, Karim? Guardian, who's crying?
Your president. He is getting bullied by Trump because he keeps bullying the white South Afrikaners. And due to this constant state of affairs, you decide to have your country go to war for no reason.
Garin, are you one of these Africans who come from a miserable country, like jealous of South African, black South Africans in particular?
I come from
You have a
Rwanda.
problem
My
with-
country is objectively better than yours.
Oh, Rwanda is better than South Africa. Oh my God.
Yes,
Okay.
we don't have
All right.
200 rapes every single day like your country.
You barely have stats. You are ruled by a dictator. Don't even allow you to speak, dude. You're not
You're
even in
ruled by a
Rwanda.
dictator. You are trying to literally ethnic cleanse an entire group of people.
This is
Okay.
just asinine.
Okay, but anyway, I know Africans are jealous of South Africa because we are the most prosperous African country. You can say whatever you want. There's
You are ran by the
let me just say
Europeans.
this,
You are ran by
let me
Europeans
just
and
say
Jews.
this.
Who would be
Let me
nothing
just
without
say-
them.
Hold on, Lozi,
Let-
have you seen what Elon Musk is that the story he told about popping 3 South Africans?
About what? Or about shooting?
Yeah.
There's a high. Who knows? They could even not be South Africans. Remember, South Africans got everyone.
Oh, like, have you
How
ever,
do you know they were even South Africans?
hold on, let's see. He's saying they're black South African here.
He ended up surviving, but I remember, the thought.
Deceased men and taking out their little notes and things, and I felt, well, these were people, it was terrible, and so I wasn't proud of it. But what could I do? It was me or them. My daughter's head would be hanging from a taxi at this moment, dangling from a taxi if I'd let them get their way. My 6-year-old daughter's head would be dangling from a taxi, so a mirror, no. So, because they eat them and they use the children as medicine.
So Lozi, he was saying that the white South Africans are not pussy. They, he's like, they're not pussies. He said the blacks better pretty much not try them.
I mean, Afrikaans, how can the Mzungus be pussies when they conquered the whole Africa, including Zongo's country, Ghana? I mean, Ghana is a shithole because of who? I mean, they are.
Oh, you're fighting with Zongo. Zongo, stop messing with Lozi in the
I mean, Afrikaans is just
Lozi, how is the white South African?
Afrikaans, it's just weird how Africans be hating on us, but South Africa is home to largest African migrants on the continent. This whole thing is just weird, man. You can find everyone from every country in Africa. I'm sure we've got your people here as well, Afrikaans, and even Guya, Liberian sister. We've got. It's so weird how people are so hating on us. It's just weird, man. I never understood. I never understood.
Lozi, give them a chance to respond. Are you guys hating on South Africa?
Afrikaners, you don't respond to Zongo. People like Zongo who think the way they think. It's okay for them to live in a delusion. If that was true, what he's saying, if Ramaphosa would have never got on the stage in front of other people, he would have said, you know what? We accept it. Cut off the aid. We don't need it, and we can stand on our own. But he didn't say that.
You mean Lozi, not Zongo. You mean Lozi.
Not Zongo. Yeah, Lozi. Sorry, Zongo. Yeah. That's what he would have said. But he didn't say that. So that means they need America. It's all this like and acting like you big bad and you can make it on your own when you're receiving a large sum of money from a country that is helping you. So you either pick a side. If you feel like Russia and China is good for you, then stay there. If you feel America is bad, then leave America alone and say, you know what, we don't want that money. But Ramaphosa is not doing that. So what Lozi is saying is completely different from what Ramaphosa is doing.
Okay, let me just say this, Afrikaans. She comes from Liberia. I'm a South African. What Liberia does and how, when they flex, that's not my business. I don't understand why people have a problem with South Africa flex or whatever we do. How does that affect you?
No,
but
I don't think it's about that because this is a
conversation about what is going on in the media right now.
Let me just say this.
But wait, Lozi, don't you think it's fair for Gwe to talk about it since
you talk about
her money, her tax money goes there to this? She pays into this.
Afrikaans, she can talk about us. We are the most important country.
Can I talk to you?
Of course, people are going to talk about us. I don't talk about Liberia because they are insignificant.
Why would people talk about you?
I am expecting.
Why were you talking about Liberia when Liberia is a
Sir, we get to this conversation.
Hold on. Can I just speak?
Can I just speak?
Remember, Afrikaners, I'm the only South African here defending my country against a bunch of losers coming from shithole countries, having a lot to say about us.
Don't
Can
go
I
tell
just
the
be
white man
given a
thank
chance
you.
to
That's
speak?
the only reason why you country
I
here.
speak too. I gotta speak about
Technically,
it.
it is. Technically, it's more shitbolt because you have more poverty over there without the whites.
You
If
know,
you take the
that
whites
black
out of the
don't be
equation,
just
you
as
guys
much
would
of
be one of
African
the worst
country.
countries on earth.
But all right, let me just speak, man.
Hold
Okay,
on,
let
hold
me,
on, guys.
okay,
Hold on
let me
one
just
second.
speak.
Okay, Lozi, make it quick. Then we bring Risk
Yeah.
Wisdom. He was here for a while, but his network
All right,
went
all
out.
right.
So
Let-
after him, let's have Risk Wisdom. Then we
all right.
allow Michael B and others to speak
All
too.
right.
Go ahead.
Let's say what Michael said is true. We have properties because of white people. Why is that a problem? Why are you invested in that? Is that because of jealousy? As I keep saying, why are you guys so much invested in our country in a negative way as well? Like, what's wrong? Like, what's really hurting you guys? Why are you so invested in that? How is that your business? If it's because of white, then fine. What does that has to do with you? How does that has to do with you? I really don't understand. I'm so confused.
Okay, let's bring Risk Wisdom. Then they will respond. Okay, Risk Wisdom. Welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Afrikaners, what's going on, man? Could you guys hear me?
We can hear you now. I hope your Obama, network is working properly.
Oh, you never forgot about that, huh?
Since they got defeated, or they didn't pay the bill. Trump is yanking that too. Bye bye,
Yeah,
Obama phone.
I got that Trump phone now, so
Yeah,
I'm
you
good.
better get that Trump phone. So
Yeah.
what do you think about Trump? What he's saying, like saying that like South Africa better to do the good tap dancing, be Master's good boy, or else they ain't getting none of that money. So, and you can see where the conversation is going. I mean, Lozi said they can stand on their 2 feet, but their president is sending a different signal. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
what do you think is happening here? Like,
well, I mean, I'm for starters, I'm trying not to look at it from a racial lens, like my American mind, the black and white American mind, like usually.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to look at it. I'm trying to look at it from other points of views, but I can't help it. I can't help but to look at it like it looks like Trump is just trying to help his white brethren out, and he's sympathizing with what's going on with his white brothers in South Africa right now, and he's trying to,
So wait, are you trying to? What you saying? Are you saying Africans we should pass the basket around and hold South Africa down so they can continue being, standing their ground?
Well, I'm not. This is my thing. Like, I'm not so quick to just jump to one side. Like,
Okay.
I always like South Africa. I knew about apartheid, which I think was like lasted like 40 something years. I think from 1948 to like 1994 around there. So I knew about that, but it was always from like a victim point of view. Like they were kind of the victim.
Well, now they're the ones being accused of being the KKK.
Yeah, so that's what I was getting to. So the guy, the one white South African that you played the video earlier, I was in shock at everything that he was saying because I never heard that this was going on. Like, first of all, I didn't know that South Africa was, I guess he was saying leads the world or something, and grapes, I guess. I don't know if that's
Yes,
true or
they
not.
do. They have the highest in the world.
So yeah, so that was one thing that left me shocked. I did not know that. So that's one. And then
we actually don't have the highest in the world. I think countries like India and even other African countries, they just don't even report stats at all. So I think that's a stretch to say we've got the highest raping problem in the world. That's
okay,
just
because that's what
You guys have had the highest recorded stat for the past 5 years.
I can agree. Recorded. That's because your shithole countries don't even record stats. But go ahead, Rick.
And okay, and then then he made another point about crime in South Africa. I guess it's like I've heard about that. I heard about the crime in South Africa, but I didn't know. And then Elon Musk's father, which I'm not sure if that's his father or not.
Yeah, that's his dad, Errol.
Okay, so and then his story is just confirming that this is going. There's some kind of tension or something going on between whites and blacks in South Africa, and I didn't know. I knew that I've always looked at it like the black South Africans were the victims of this, not the other way around.
Okay, Rick, can I tell you what's going on, Rick? A majority of Mzungus in South Africa are opposing what this guy did. So there's an activist, a civil organization called AfriForum. It's for the Afrikaners or whatever, the white people who call themselves in South Africa Afrikaners. That they push their own interest. They the ones who went to USA. They communicate with Elon Musk and Trump. They've been telling them that the land is being taken without expropriation, which is not what the bill is saying. There's lots of apartments, for example, buildings that are old and standing in Johannesburg and not being used. But because that building could be owned by some Jewish somewhere in Israel or UK, the government cannot access that land that building and revamp it. That portion of land where the building is standing, it's owned by someone. There's lots of legal rights in South Africa that the government is trying to revisit so that they can deal with things like that. That bill is not saying, it's not even targeting white people. They just feel targeted because they know they live on a stolen land, and that should happen. I mean, that should happen. We should take back.
You know what, Lozi, that there's a guy. The video I played, the white guy said they bought the land. He said it's theirs.
Yeah, that's another thing that's another thing that
I
stood out.
You believe that?
I just wanted to hear if this is what is like. They use that in South Africa.
It's just that I know Africans hate us and they're jealous of us, but it's just said how I see them siding even with white people on this. It's just weird, man. How bad is it? Like, how bad are we? How jealous do you have to be of us to even stand with white people who are doing the same to you in your country? I mean, what? This is crazy, man. But anyway,
don't you want to hear what other people are saying? You know, like instead of just accusing them of being jealous.
No, look, Africa, we are the most important country in Africa and the powerhouse of Africa. Of course, I'm expecting people to say a lot about us. I'm expecting that we are the America of Africa. They will say a lot about us. We just don't discuss it because they are insignificant.
Well, Lottie, how come the Nigerians are not talking about this?
No, they are. Go on TikTok. They're making lives. Remember, let me speak to the Rwanda guy. I think the Rwanda guy is taking a beef with us. Usually they don't fight with us, but currently because we are opposing Paul Kagame, the thief, the criminal, the Congo resources, we are pushing back. The Rwandans have been coming with a bandwagon of hate, just like typical Africans who hating on us. So they've joined the Kumbaya train. I understand it, but we will be dealing with Paul Kagame very decisively. The United Nations has shown that Rwanda soldiers have been in the Goma region for years now, beefing up M23. That there's a proof. The United Nations has confirmed this. We have been saying this. And Paul Kagame, when he was asked about his in Congo, if they there, he said he doesn't know. This is the commander of Rwanda military. How? I mean, come on now. We will be dealing with your guy for infiltrating another African state and stealing the resources to give them to Israel, our worst enemy.
But Lozi, why do you guys think you have the power to go deal with another African country for going into another African country?
First of all,
that is my argument.
First of all, we were called in by the Kisikedi government. We did not.
So you guys took a side. You're siding with another. You're choosing a side here in this.
No, let me say, Afridamas, let me say this. The government is the side. The government of DRC was elected by people, unlike his government where the dictator put himself there.
Oh, no, that's not true.
All I'm saying is that unlike M23, unlike Paul Kagame who's going to DRC with rebels, we are going there on the formal invitation of the government of DRC itself. And we've got lots of businesses in DRC. Of course, we're there to protect the interests of our country. And most of these businesses, by the way, they are in the mining sectors and mostly are owned by South African government, not even the Mzungus as you claim. As I said, even on November was in DRC, there's things that I see when I'm on the ground there in Kinshasa and so forth. But anyway, anyone can.
Okay, Garian.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you, Garian. Oh, Michael.
Okay, all right. So, brother from South Africa, let me tell you, the guy that launched the rebel in East is the guy who was in charge of Seni. If you know, Seni was the electoral services in the DRC. So when they removed Kabila, that was somebody that won. They didn't choose him because he said he was going to go after Kabila. So what the guy did, he put Tshisekedi in power. In exchange, he said, Tshisekedi, I'm going to put you on, but you're going to have to give me that side of the mineral, and I can explore. When Tshisekedi got the power, he changed his mind. You know how African leaders do. He warned him a lot of time. He went to Nairobi, he went to a lot of the place. That's how he started this war. I would just try to tell you, that guy never got elected. Since that guy's been in the power, a lot of money being stolen. We did not need East Africa. He never bought a weapon.
Michael,
because he never knew.
Are you talking about Tshisekedi, Philip Tshisekedi, the current president?
Felix, yes. I tell you, Felix grew up three streets after where I was born, right?
Okay,
I know his dad. Yeah.
Are you a Congolese?
Very much Kinshasa.
Where are you from?
I'll tell you right now, I'm from Kinshasa. Congo, DRC.
Okay, sorry. I was in your country last November, last year.
That's why you came late in the panel. I was in the country, Johannesburg, long time ago, on the way in Kinshasa. I spent about a week in there. So pretty much, look, now we had the money to buy the weapon. We didn't need SADC. We didn't need East Africa. Right? So the guy had the money, but he stole the money instead of buying the weapon. And guess what? When they went to Goma, the Congolese dropped the weapon. They didn't want to fight. They dropped the weapon.
I want to understand this, Michael. So you support the M23 rebels and other many rebels. Remember the region of
I don't support them because respectfully, they're coming with the Rwandese or the country. That means they're going to sign the deal. We don't know what kind of deal they're going to sign. I don't support that part. And at the same time, I don't support Tshisekedi because he had plenty of time to buy.
I can agree with your stand, brother. You are a Congolese. You have the right to that. I'll have to take your side, brother.
Yeah, and he didn't do that. So you have your military from South Africa. You know, 19 kids die, right? How much they pay this military?
Yeah. From South Africa,
the money, the government, the Congo government, pay all these foreign national instead of training our own child.
Look, Michael, to push back there, I don't know about your government paying the soldiers, but I know that South Africa is putting its own resources and the United Nations as well. Remember, our soldiers are under United Nations peacekeeping mission. It's not actually a South African military. It's SADC.
It's SADC at the same time we in East Africa. You know, we checked out the East Africa because East Africa did not want to put the fight. They just wanted to observe.
Well, I don't want us to digress from the main topic.
Yeah, because I don't want us to digress because pretty soon it will be hard for South Africa to fight that war with the way things are going. If they don't
South Africa, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
I actually always thought you like us, man.
I do. I'm trying to help because Trump, because you came over here, you said you're not worried. But here, let me show you. Hold on.
You have done a 180 degree on us, man. You have done a rotation.
No, I love you guys, but here, wait, let me show you. Let me show you this, okay?
No.
Yeah.
South African military
we are not daunted to navigate our path of nationalism, protectionism, the pursuit of narrow interests, and the decline of common cause. This is the world that you guys need to deport this Indian.
A lot of Indians, man.
South Africa, a developing economy must now navigate.
Yo, that's a lot
But
of
we are not
red
daunted
dots, man.
to navigate our path through this.
So the point, you see, Ramaphosa is over here calling a state of emergency meeting. I mean,
but Afridamas, to the panel
South
previously,
Africa.
but Afridamas, on the panel previously, you said we're gonna bend our knee. We haven't. We're still standing. Canada and Mexico have already submitted.
Well, at the time they didn't sign it.
Africans who always wish bad on us. Why don't you give credit where it belongs? I'm telling you, we're not gonna bend our knee. We're just not gonna do it.
Lozi, let's wait and see. I mean,
but we know. Okay. Anyway,
are you guys gonna get the money? Are you guys gonna get the money from China or Russia?
Let me say, we don't necessarily need that money from China. Let me just say something about.
Wait, what do you mean you don't need it? You just heard Ramaphosa.
Afridamas, let me just say something about this aid that was being cut, which is $400 million last year. Most of that aid has found out that it was going to the NGOs, actually pushing their international interest in our country and not the national interest. Most of these NGOs are actually for aid. And the funny part is that they were supporting even healthcare that is hosting lots of migrants in our country. They said so. It was going to a lot of buying ARVs that are supporting our neighboring countries as well. So it's just $400 million, which is 17% of our national aid in terms of healthcare. South Africa, we have got the largest national budget in Africa, and our population, it's smaller than, it's number 6 or number 7 in Africa. So I think we will do fine. We will be fine. So
okay, let me ask the panel.
Afridamas, let me just say.
Hold on, Lozi, Riz got a question for you. Hold on, Lozi. Riz, go ahead. You said you asked.
No, for you. Like I want to see if possible. It's your show, but if possible, could you play the South African gentleman that was talking about all the things that's going on over there? Because I wanted the South African gentleman, Lozi, is that your name, Lozi?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you could confirm or deny what the gentleman was saying, because I'm curious about that. Like, I really.
Yeah, but let me just say this, guys. So I was saying, let me say something about our military, because Afridamas, I think people have been shooting down on our military. Our military is actually one of the most powerful in Africa, if not the powerful, because I base it on this. If you look at the military of Egypt,
stronger than Rwanda.
Afridamas, come on now. So if we base it on,
I mean, to be fair, you did lose to a bunch of rebels that are no longer supplied by us at all.
I think we are not on the aggressive side. We are on the peace mission at the moment. Don't push us too far. So Afridamas, let me just say this: Egypt is decorated on paper, right? On paper, Egypt has got the current more equipment than any military in Africa, followed by Algeria. And I think Nigeria this year is number 3 that I've seen, and South Africa is pushed to number 4.
Nigeria went to number 3?
Yes.
I
Nigeria
am
went
very
to
disappointed. 3. You know, Nigeria.
Can I just speak, Afridamas?
Go ahead.
So what I do is that I have to analyze which African country produces the most weapons as well, and its own weapons. So South African military produces its own weapons and sells to countries like Saudi Arabia and America itself when it comes to equipment. Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, they depend more on buying. And on top of that, these countries, 3 of them combined, their national budget is smaller than South Africa alone. All 3 of them, their national budget. So South Africa is in a position where we can triple our military budget to even be bigger than the top 3 combined. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying we are number 1 on paper currently, but we have got a lot of potential to actually be if we want. Things can turn around anytime. And that's how I measure our military at the moment.
All right. Thank you. All right. So
you think the 19 military they killed, if they were American military, how that war would have ended?
America will win.
If they're strong like he claimed, 19 of his people died. And before 19, that was about 7 before? You're going over 25 of your body now.
No, it's 14. It's 14 South African soldiers and others from other regions.
I'm gonna tell you, if I was Ramaphosa, with all the
how many of the How many have they killed? That's the point as well. And the last people who died was more of an ambush.
When you
It wasn't
strong,
a direct
when you
conflict. It was
strong,
more.
it don't matter how many you people kill. What matter how many of they kill your people.
Okay,
Then you
I
go
understand.
give them a
Look, Michael,
strong boss, bro. That's what I'm
Michael,
expecting from you guys.
I understand that South Africans are the most important people in Africa, and our lives are more important. So any South African that dies, I get that. Our one life of South African is more important than 100 Rwandanese or M23 soldiers.
That's
I
a
get
talking
that.
point.
They don't count.
That's
But
a
what I'm
talking point, and that's deviation for the
but
conversation.
my Liberian
Lozi,
my Liberian sister, you will not allow me to speak.
You've been talking the whole show. What are you talking about? Nobody has interrupted you. I've been quiet.
Liberia, it's insignificant. It's not, your country is not doing anything of significance. I don't even know why you're talking. But anyway, go ahead.
Trump, be careful. If Trump is watching this and you're saying this, he's gonna be like, oh yeah, it's true, they are racist.
Yeah, Lozy
Hey,
might get. Lozy might get one in.
I'm never gonna get peace this month, man. We're never gonna hear the end of this. It'll be really nice. Look, at the end of the day, Afrikaners, I think America is gonna.
Lozy, you know this was coming. You know it. And Lozy, look at what Zongo wrote. Zongo said, "Is it true that 450 whites deleted 10,000 Zulu people? If that's true, these whites are brutal."
But remember,
Don't the Zulus have their own Don't the Zulus have their own in South Africa? I remember they have their own reservations because their population is so low.
Afrikaners, remember, you just need to look at the countries that these people come from. You will understand the misery and why they're hitting on us. But anyway, Zongo comes from Ghana, man. I don't need to say much.
You're friends with Ghana.
Let me just say this, Afrikaners, man. I know you guys couldn't wait for this moment. But I'm just saying, many Africans and their wishes is just not going to happen like that. What can happen is that, yes, our economy can feel pinch if America cut ties with us.
You
will
have to go the Zimbabwe route. You need to apologize and give the land back.
Garian, that's what you want, but it's not going to happen because you are so miserable. You will wish that on us, but it's not going to happen.
What he was saying was true. Africans would not be praising what Burkina Faso president for what he's doing, and Mali and all these other people that are doing good. That's not what the conversation is about. If we were hating, we wouldn't be so supportive of Burkina Faso, Mali, and other countries in Africa that are doing great. So anybody. You cannot compare your country to my country because my country is very small compared to yours, who is a big boss. You're the horsepower in Africa, but yet still Ramaphosa is standing on stage calling an emergency meeting instead of telling Trump, well, fuck off. He's not doing that now.
Liberian blacks in the Sahel region, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, they are poor. Those countries are poor. You guys love poor people. We South Africans, we are actually successful. That's why you hate us. I mean, come on now.
Yeah,
we are not
power
outages.
It's
easy for
yes,
you
you're
guys to love
successful
those
when power
because
goes
they are
up.
poor. We are actually doing well. That's why you resent us. That's why you are envious of us. We're not.
You can have a conversation with somebody who
Liberian girl.
Guys,
there's a reason why you're discussing us Liberian sister.
Hold on, brought the conversation up, so you should blame him. He's having a conversation.
But
hold
on, guys. Lozy, you remember last year?
Don't get your panties in a bunch.
Lozy, remember last year? I mean, don't be surprised because the Africans have already told you they will be waiting for this day that you know they will be waiting.
But
for
it's
the
not
day
going to
that
happen after Damas. I'm sorry to disappoint them. They're going to have to wait for too long.
No, what I'm saying, they said they're waiting for the day that the white man is gonna come for you, and you're gonna come begging the Africans for help again. This is what.
Oh my God!
Remember that? No, Lozy, but remember you were going at it with some of the people. They told you this.
Oh my
point is, don't be surprised. But don't be surprised that the people they're gonna talk about it.
Yes, Afrikaners, I get that. I mean, as I said, we're the most important country in Africa as well. Look, Afrikaners, who went to help Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali? Did Africans help them? Did Africans really help us during apartheid, or we were backed up by Soviet Union for almost every?
Lozy, the Nigerians money together to help, in apartheid.
Oh my
Remember?
God. Nigerians
Well,
are beggars, man. They did not help
you
us.
heard this
No,
story.
Nigerians
You
are
heard
beggars.
this story here.
Oh my God. Afrikaners, you don't believe that shit as well.
Remember?
Look,
Didn't two Niger tell you? Remember?
no, man. Nigerians are beggars. They will do everything to blackmail us to allow them in our country. But let me just say this, Afrikaners. Which African country right now in our lifetime are they helping Ibrahim Traore, Niger, and Mali? Africans don't have shit. They don't help any other African country because they're not in position to do shit. They are a bunch of useless shitholes. That's what they are. Now, let me say this for everyone to hear this. South Africa is not a Mickey Mouse African country. We will survive, trust me. All these bad things you wishing on us, praying on us that our country tends to be a shithole like your country, it's just not going to happen as you wish. You're going to have to pray harder and fast every day, but it's still not going to happen. We will be fine. We won't be running away like headless chickens.
We know
Like the
South
rest
Africa will be fine. The white people are still there, so we know that.
No, sister, sorry to disappoint you. Liberia is going through a lot. I get that, but I'm never going to discuss Liberia. It's an insignificant, small country to a South African. It's irrelevant in terms of global scheme.
But
You
your
are
country
not
is irrelevant because you got white people there. White people are the one that keeping the country going. What are you talking
I really
about?
understand why you're talking
Your
about
country is not 98% black.
I understand why you are so invested in South Africa.
Your country is not 98% black.
So everyone's going to have an
you need to be
opinion
telling the
about
white
that.
people in
That
that
is
country,
welcome. It's just that it's not going to happen as you wish.
All right.
It's just not going to happen as you
Look,
wish.
you gotta let Gwed speak too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He getting his panties all in a bunch for no reason.
Other than hating on South Africa and being jealous of us.
You gotta let her speak though. She's letting you talk. You gotta let her speak.
He's just angry for no reason. It's a topic that you brought up that we are all answering.
Right.
To. What he is saying about South Africa, this South Africa, nobody want to see no downfall in any African country. What we're saying is that we're talking on the point where Ramaphosa is saying one thing and Lozi is saying another thing. So to come up here and be like, oh, you're hating, you're this and that is the talking point for South Africans every time. Because once you critique the country or criticize anything about the country, then it becomes, oh, you're hating on South Africa. Oh, you want South Africa to fall. South Africa is not going to fall. There's white people over there. We know that for a fact. You know,
what did Ramaphosa say?
The white people for making
have you ever came across South Africans having opinions on Liberia? But anyway, what did Ramaphosa say? What did Ramaphosa
I'm not in my feelings and emotion about a country.
You know, Liberian sister. What did Ramaphosa?
Because somebody critique Liberia. You know,
I'm asking you a simple question.
People come up and critique Liberia all the time.
What did Ramaphosa say? I'm asking you a simple question. What did he say?
Well,
okay.
From what we were seeing, they sent me the video. They said this is what they saw Ramaphosa do on stage.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man, yeah, man. Boy, he got educated feet.
How
Come on,
dare
you.
So it's not
Yeah, let me just speak. I know you. I mean, I understand. I understand. Let me just say this, Afrikaners. As I said, a few days ago, we were told that Ramaphosa is going to change his stance and he's going to submit. No, the man is still standing on where he stands. Our administration, the current administration, is standing on what they stand. And the so-called Afrikaners, they don't want the refugee status to USA. They're saying they're not going anywhere. So there's dynamics here. They thought that Trump will help them to bring apartheid and send military here. Trump is giving them refugee status to come live in USA so that they can replace the Mexicans and the Colombians with the cheap labor. They don't want to come there. They're saying they're not going anywhere. So they did not get what they wanted. So Ramaphosa can take the $400 million US aid back. We still have got the best healthcare in Africa. You know, Gua, you must come when you're in Liberia and you can access hospitals and the best hospitals in Africa. You must come to South Africa, sister. We will check you up and we'll offer you best medicine on the continent. But go ahead, Africa.
And then the power will go out right when you're getting your heart surgery.
Go ahead, Garion.
Okay, because I did want to respond to him when he was talking about the Congo-Rwanda war. I have no idea what South Africa's weird addiction is to getting into wars that it should have no business being a part of. It's been doing it with Israel. It's been doing it with the Russia and Ukraine situation.
Thank you.
It tried doing it with Nigeria a couple of years back with the whole immigration scandal. You guys have been trying to go to war so many times for the past decade for no reason. And what I want to know, what is your obsession with conflict?
Okay, let me say this, Afridamas. When Africans have dysfunctional countries, the country they're likely to run to for most part is South Africa. That's why we're sitting down here with the most African refugees and migrants on the continent, whether economic migrants or that, because their countries are not functioning. And Rwanda as well, we helped them actually during their wars. We armed them at the right side and during Thabo Mbeki leadership. And many Rwandans to this day are refugees in our country. Paul Kagame even sent a spy to come and analyze an opposition who was a refugee here in South Africa. So please, you don't get to send your problems and your poverty to us and make a 180-degree turn and say we shouldn't be involved in your conflict. Your stupid conflicts affect us. When your shithole like Rwanda doesn't function, we get to take the responsibility of it and get the brand. And where we have to house refugees from your stupid country. And at the end of the day, South Africa has made commitment to peacekeeping in Africa. We are the front of peacekeeping in Africa. If you think we're going to allow DRC to go down because you and your thief leader, who's a dictator, is working with Israel to plunder the
what does that have to do with y'all, though?
Can you give my sister? I'm not talking about Liberia, please. Let's move for now.
Yeah, but Lozi, are you saying people can only talk about the countries they are from?
No, but can she not interrupt me? Especially when I'm not even
for too long.
You've been talking this whole time.
You've been talking the whole time.
Wait.
Michael B hasn't even gotten to talk.
You know what you're afraid of? I'm bringing facts on the table. I'm bringing facts and you don't like them. You don't want me to speak facts. I'm bringing facts and you don't like them. So let me finish. You will speak.
You say you're getting into other people's conflict because of whatever. What does that have to do with South Africa?
Can I just speak, sister? Please, man. Afridamas, we have got Congolese communities in South Africa who are refugees who've been living here for years. We want to stabilize Africa so that we don't have to have refugees coming in because they are creating turmoil in our country. You get what I'm saying, Afridamas? It's at our interest to make sure that countries like Congo, they function as well.
But
so that Congo
Trump is also getting white refugees from South Africa. Should Trump invade South Africa?
I mean, South Africa is not at war, but Trump, they don't want to go.
There's white refugees over here. And
but what status are they going in? How they justify that they are refugees?
They're facing deletion and racism from.
You don't even believe that, Afridamas. White South Africans are the most privileged group in Africa. Nobody has got more wealth than them.
Okay, let me show you a white refugee here. Here.
Now, you go onto social media and you, of course, just like America, we've got screaming liberals that have got a woke mind virus. And they will tell you that everything's honky-dory in South Africa. But they don't tell you that those are the multimillionaires who live in estates behind 10-foot fences that are electrified and paid security guards to monitor those areas for 24 hours. Just other side those fences, people can't stop at a stop sign after 7 o'clock at night. People can't go for a walk at 7 o'clock at night. Maybe a couple of men can go, but you know what? How about the women? They can't go anywhere when the sun sets. You can consider them raped, you can consider them abused, and you can consider them kidnapped.
So he's talking about the sundown towns, for them in South Africa.
Afridamas, the fact that South Africa receives one of the highest tourist destinations in Africa, number 3, right? We receive the most migrants in Africa.
Well, it's like it's only safe for Nigeria.
Let me just say this, Afridamas. South Africa is so bad. South Africa is so bad that many Africans will wish to live here than any other.
I mean, this man is white. He said it's a sundown town for the white.
Afridamas, that man looks like he's suffering. Did you see his background? He's living in one of
no, he lives here in our great country, America.
Oh, Afridamas, you're gonna pay for this. I'm telling you. No, man. Afridamas, I always on our side.
I'm still on this. No, look, I'm talking about this so that people can know, if so I don't want South Africa to suffer.
No, Afridamas, man.
Because you see, Lottie, you came here, you insulted all the Africans here, and they're listening,
I feel attacked, man. I feel attacked as well, I have to push back. But Afridamas, man, you should visit our country, man. I always liked your stand on us. You always took our side, man. What happened, man? You doing the 180 degree.
No, I am, because Ramaphosa is saying that he's being bullied, but Trump is right. Yeah,
so you basically love America and white America more than us, your black brothers, man. That's what I'm feeling here now, man. I feel attacked.
Wait,
man, I feel attacked, man.
Lozi, even like Zongo. Do you see what Zongo is saying? Zongo said the man is an asylum seeker.
Zongo is a crazy man from Ghana. Zongo is one of those crazy men he's a crazy man from Ghana.
But Lozi, you used to love Ghana and even Rwanda. What happened?
No, we never. Rwanda, I think. Look, let me say this. I like Paul Kagame in terms of he's a nationalist. How he's running Rwanda internal. What I like the most is that he's kicking out these foreign religions out of that country. I think for his country, he's not a bad lead. You get my point. But I have to put South African interest first, and I don't blame Garian for pushing Rwandanese interest first. That's what any African should do. But I'm gonna be on the opposition because we are in DRC already, and it's the government that has invited us. So I'm gonna take the side of our military, and I don't expect Garian to take the opposite side of his own country and his military. It is what it is. So I'm gonna oppose him.
Garian is not criticizing South Africa. Garian is just talking about certain things in South Africa. You go on to call South Africa.
I'm simply going off the things that I've heard.
And which is far from the truth. Rwanda is not a shithole country. I don't know what the hell you've been drinking or smoking on.
We're the cleanest country in the entire continent.
You can't take Liberia and say, Liberia is not up to South African standard. That would be true. But for you to call Rwanda this and that and all this stuff, that tells me that you in your feelings, and this is not about talking and stuff. You just get your panties in a bunch for no reason. So
Liberian, I don't even know why you're so jealous. But anyway, let me just say this. Rwanda GDP is smaller than the education budget of South Africa. I'm not even hating on Rwanda. I'm just saying compared to South Africa, but understand the context of where I was coming from. Like
you didn't put anything to context. You were just insulting.
Oh my God! Comparing Rwanda to South Africa, it's crazy, Gua.
You did that. Crazy. It's madness. Just the way you are comparing South Africa to Liberia. You did that. You're supposed to compare.
No. Look, I called Liberia a shithole, which it is, but I did not compare it to South Africa.
South Africa is not a shithole because the white people are there. It's not going to be.
And thank God for the white man. So now you want me to use the white man? Then thank God for the white man.
I think most of y'all need to be thankful to them for the great country that they developed.
And this is why I love the white man over you. Bunch of losers who can barely produce. So I'm gonna choose the white man, as you say. You love the white man. I just have to love the white man, I guess. Because you're saying everything about us is because of the white man. So why will I hate the white man?
Myself, I don't hate the white man.
Hold on. So I'm beginning to think something. Are this country things saying this country that this is beginning to look like a prank? Okay.
Like, well, I say Africa is my country.
What the hell is going on here?
Africa is my country, so beautiful. I think I have a right to brag, man. I'm gonna brag every day about it. It's just beautiful, man. It's just beautiful. It's too beautiful.
Right. That we want to keep it beautiful.
Yeah, please, Africa, don't support the white Americans and Trump, man. You must stand on our side, man. Because let's be fair, man, with people like Gua. I think Africans, they do admire the white people. They do if we white people were in their country. They do wish if white people were in their country and develop it. Like,
idiotic for you to dislike the white people when they have developed and built your country to what it is. You sound dumb as hell.
But Lozzie,
Yeah,
Lozzie,
but
don't you think? Don't you
that's the
think?
problem, bro.
But
Oh,
Lozzie,
go ahead.
You don't want
Lozzie,
you going back on your
I talked about Canada as well. So
Yeah.
You don't
it's
see
not like
Canadians
it's
come
not
up here
like
and be like,
anyone we
your
talk
country is
about.
this, your country is that. You
Yeah,
don't
it
see
doesn't mean
Canadians
we
do that.
hate them.
You know,
No, you don't, Afridamas.
these
I know
people,
you don't.
they're still
I don't
being
know
like,
about these other Africans, but I know you don't hate us, man. I've listened to
most
you many
Africans
times.
don't hate any Africans. Knock it off. You just
Okay, bro.
too obsessed.
Okay, the Liberian queen. Okay.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I mean,
No, but Garian, man. Look, our beef with Rwanda, we're gonna settle it, man. We're gonna deal with your dictator. We're gonna nail that tall, skinny guy. He's gonna look more Somalian by end of things. Before we are done with Rwanda, he will be looking like a proper Somali.
We will see. We will see when that happens.
Kagame
Once
is a
you guys
Mediterranean
deal
man,
with
just
the
so
white
y'all
man,
know. Kagame is a Mediterranean
Yeah, no, man.
I mean,
we are already started, man. You see, they're sending their big brother Trump. It's just the beginning, man. They're gonna come for us too, man.
That's
They
why
are gonna come for us.
people got allies for.
But
That's why you got
when I
allies.
speak, my sister, can I just speak and then you will speak? I mean, I don't know.
will be going to Botswana.
It's giving those vibes, man. It's giving those vibes. Allow me to speak, then you can speak. All I'm saying is that they will come for us, Afridamas. But I think our trade is growing with BRICS as well. So there's an alternative. Unlike when they sanctioned Zimbabwe, there was not that much of alternative for Zimbabwe at that time. So I think we live in a different world now. There's a lot of way to maneuver around, So, and South Africa is industrial by nature. So there's certain things they will harm us. Our economy will feel a lot of pinch and reset. But I think we will survive. We won't fall into total, unless if they send their military here, because they've got a very strong military. I mean, if they can do that, then
I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I don't see that happening either.
Me either.
I hope not. And there's plenty of.
They might do like Somalia and drop nukes on you.
Hey man, okay, Garian, they've been dropping nukes on Somalia recently now. What's happening? But anyway, I don't want to digress the conversation, but I see that they've been bombing Somalia as well.
They've been doing that to get rid of ISIS. They've been only doing that to get rid of ISIS. So
here's the thing. Now I know why the Africans don't receive the news when it's happening, because Africans don't like African reporters.
We don't.
No, when I get on, when I get on YouTube now, is this clown Kaigo, and then it's you. The content is just like USA sanction in South Africa. It's hard to come here and defend my country, man.
It's in the news. It's in the news.
Through a lot, man. Jeez, man.
Look, here's the thing. In the past, because the white people are like, look, we're tired of being accused of racism. Now let's have them report their own news, and then they create the Afridamus report shows up. The Africans, if I report on the Somalis, I get hate mail. I report on the Nigerians, I get hate mail. The Nigerians take it well, but they also accuse me.
But Afridamas, you're gonna have to. South Africans are not the biggest haters, man. We're not. Like honestly, we're not the biggest haters. We don't like drama. Don't constantly call on many panels and just create drama.
Only against Nigerians.
Yes, for some I don't get.
But remember, Afridamas, if people leave their country and come to your country in numbers and create problems, you're not the one who's a perpetrator. You did not start there. South Africans never left South Africa and went to Zimbabwe and create problems in their community. So I don't understand this thing of being with the ones who are problem. When did we ever leave our country, go to Nigeria and start to create problems? When did we ever do that? So how are we problem?
Well,
what?
With the way Trump is operating, West Africa. West African countries might end up, building a wall, from
exactly.
We might have to build a wall from all the economic migrants coming from other parts of Africa.
Exactly. So Liberian, you were asking me something. What did you say?
Weren't y'all killing the Nigerians?
When did we kill Nigerians? And when did that happen?
last year during the
What?
huge.
They were all over
Yeah,
the news. What are you
yeah,
talking
last
about?
year.
Okay. Well, okay. Where did you see us killing Nigerians, and how many of them were killed?
It was on the news.
Yeah, 2000
You saying
something.
it was on the
2000.
news. I'm asking you a specific report. How many Nigerians were killed by South Africans, and when did we kill them? Like, this is just something we hear on YouTube. I mean, there's still lots of Nigerians and South Africans coming here.
It was on
What?
CNN.
Look, it was on BBC and CNN too.
Okay. There was attacks that happened to everyone, not just Nigerians. And it was based on people peddling powder into our country anyway. But which Nigerians were killed? I just want to understand that. Because you said we were killing Nigerians. Which Nigerians were killed?
I said,
It was
what? What are you saying, Gary?
Nigerian immigrants were attacked. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they were. I don't think anyone Nigerian were killed in specific. I think I know 9 South Africans who were killed, and I think 3 Zimbabweans. I've never seen a report where it says this person is a Nigerian who was killed during this attack. So I don't know where you guys get this information. In fact, Nigerians on daily basis kill South Africans with drugs, human trafficking on daily basis in our country.
Nigerians do that to every country. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's.
Okay.
Just when I thought I'm not gonna get the hate mail, you guys just keep driving me deep.
Liberian girl, they can do that in your country. They welcome. In our country, we're gonna do what we do. This is our country. You don't get to come here and tell us that because these people are going through every country and committing crimes, it's okay. No, they can do that in your shit show called Liberia. We're not gonna allow that in our country. Please. Don't ever think we're gonna tolerate that as South Africans. Go ahead, Africa.
Why are you mad at her? She didn't say anything.
No, she did.
I don't listen to monkey talk.
She did.
I don't.
But anyway, this is about
South Africa.
Yeah, no, this is a man with primitive mindset. So, like, I don't have time to listen to the nonsense.
South Africans
for you to be a first
wait. South Africans eat bush meat.
For you to be a first world country,
you say South Africans eat bush meat
in Africa and be comparing yourself to little country like Liberia, where it's a third world country, that tell you how monkey ass your mind is. Let me let you know that you're supposed to be comparing yourself to your equal.
You're just mad, man. You're just mad at us because Liberia is worse.
Why would I be mad at South Africa? I never been to the country, never wanted to go. Why would I be mad?
And you have a lot to say, yeah? You have a lot to say.
Yeah, because they're having a conversation, you moron. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
All I'm saying is that
when they talk about Nigeria, don't come out and comment.
For a Liberian
and talk about what's going on in Liberia, don't come and comment. So I talk about every country in Africa. So I don't know why
who's barely in Liberia.
For a Liberian talking all this stuff about that the country would have never even done what it is if it wasn't for the white people. Your South Africans live in
yeah, but Lozi. Hold on, one mic. Hold on, guys. Hold on, one mic. Guys, you have to remember, Lozi, we are speaking from America. So from America, we get to talk about whoever. We even talk about Eskimos. Okay? That's what we do over here. We talk about everybody. That's what we do.
I don't have a problem with that.
That's right. That's what we do over here. Like, tomorrow's topic, like, we will be talking about something else. That's what we do over here. That's right.
Yeah, but I have a problem with a Liberian who God knows where.
You have a problem with Nigerian talking about that. You have a problem with Rwandans talking about it. You have a problem with everybody talking about
Lozi saying other Africans can talk about South Africa.
Everybody
Afrikaners, can I speak without interrupting, man? Can she just speak? I mean, why is she so mad? I mean, can you calm down, angry sister? Like,
why are you mad?
Look, Afrikaners, I don't know what I said that has upset her so bad like that, but I take it back, my sister, whatever I said. So, Afrikaners, I'm expecting Africans to discuss apology. Of course I am, Afrikaners. As I said, we are the most important people in Africa and definitely the most important.
Well, yeah, but then we should talk about you, right?
Okay? All the time. I'm expecting that. I mean, I'm expecting people who are beneath us to discuss us every day. We are superior.
But Lozi, don't you think the people, if you notice, the Africans that are talking here are the ones contributing to this welfare check that is being discussed here.
They should bring more. I wish Trump did not cut that aid. I want to take
Well,
more.
that's what I'm saying. Like Trump, the money Trump is cutting, they were receiving. We pay into it.
Yeah, because it's going to their refugee brothers who are here as economic migrants and all that. So they should pay more. So let me say this. Oh my God, why can't I just speak? Go ahead, I'll speak after you. Go ahead, I'll speak after you.
You guys don't need our money. You're good.
No, you are paying for your brothers who are here as the refugees and economic migrants. You're not paying to us. We don't need your money. Of course, we're doing well. That's why they come here in numbers.
If they're there illegally, send them back to Nigeria. If they're there illegally and they don't have
we're gonna do this.
Ship all of them back.
Okay, my sister, let's do this. Speak everything you want. Let it come all out about South Africa. Then I'll speak after you.
If they're in your country illegally and they don't belong there, send them back to Liberia. So we don't have to worry about sending our money there for our brothers and our sisters. So we don't have to do that. Send them back.
It's not our job.
Let me read this super chat from Abiola. Hold on. Let me read this super chat. Hold on. Abiola, thank you for I think that's €5. Thank you. It says, ask why some are still looking as missing link from textbook Darwin. I guess he's explaining Darwinism. But thank you for the super chat, Abiola. Abiola is a contributor to the show. Thank you, Abiola. All right, go ahead.
Who's the missing link? What does that mean, after Damas? I'm lost.
He's talking. Are you familiar with Darwin? Darwinism.
Yeah. No, I did science, the evolution of by Darwin and stuff, genetics. The study of genetics, survival of the fittest, and all that. Yeah, I did that.
Okay.
Yeah. So who's the missing link? Which group is he talking about?
He's speaking. I think he's talking about natural selection.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, but all Afrikaners, I mean, I like Africans to discuss us. That's how they get to know us. You know?
Africans.
No, I said I like Africans to discuss us. Man, I don't think I love Africans anymore. I used to like them when I didn't know them. Knowing them just made me realize how shitty they are. So I want nothing to do with them, to be honest. I really want nothing to do with Africans. Look, we will be fine as South Africans. You know, they can say whatever they want, but I think we will be fine. Afrikaners, you must make a show 6 months from now or a year from now about this, and we see what happens.
No, well, with Trump, it's the progress is like every minute, probably as we speak. I mean, maybe Ramaphosa himself.
But Afrikaners,
what time is it in South Africa? What time is it?
Right now it's 8 o'clock. 1 minute to 8.
To 8. Okay.
In the morning. 8 in the morning.
Well, with Trump, it's like every day is like new stuff, new news. So I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, when I'm not on this,
I might be doing. No, what I'm saying.
Just grill us, man. Try to defend us as well.
No, but see, I bring the show in so people can give their 2 cents. You see, so when you also come in, you give your 2 cents.
You will be there adding fire, man, to the already wounded sheep, man. You are there adding fire. You are not helping. You should defend us when these people are all gang up here coming for us, Afrikaners. I'm expecting a lot from you, brother.
But they didn't say anything bad. They just talking about what they are observing.
You know, these things are cool until they start to discuss your country in that manner, and you realize, oh shit, it's hitting home now.
Remember when they were talking about? They always talk about my country. I don't get upset.
In a nice way, in respect of.
No, come on, are you serious?
That is not true.
Afrikaners, I mean, countries like Liberia, they give a lot of subject matter to discuss. If I had to mention Liberia,
but remember,
I wouldn't be offended. That's the thing. I can admit the truth about what's going on in Liberia. It doesn't bother me.
No,
And
we haven't. We
No, but
haven't. We
Lozi,
haven't.
Lozi,
The South Africans don't bash Liberia, so you haven't.
I don't
We
blame
haven't.
anybody. I don't blame anybody or any
No,
other country for what's going
no,
on in
don't say
Liberia.
that.
Because
Don't say that as
Liberia,
if, don't say that as if we bashing like Liberia. We haven't done that, so
yeah,
don't say things that haven't happened.
no,
But go
I
ahead,
don't
Africa.
care. It
but
doesn't bother me.
Lozi,
Go ahead, Africa.
all these people, you like, I've talked about Congo, Rwanda, right? I mean, the Congolese that he watches the show, none of them ever get upset.
They barely speak English, Afrikaners. They
See?
barely speak English.
See? It's a disrespect. You disrespect other countries.
Lives in America.
And all your panties is in a bunch, and you angry and screaming and yelling.
Oh
and,
my
and
God!
calling
I
other
said
countries this and that.
the reason why most Congolese women call in is because most of them don't speak English, which is true. How am I wrong with it? They speak
Why when they
French.
say the truth about South Africa, you mad?
Lozi, any Congolese that's watching me, you know that they speak English because I'm speaking English over here.
Yes, Afridamas, but I'm saying in terms of proportions, it wouldn't be a lot calling in because
No,
most of them,
I mean, my point is there is Congolese, just like you saw the guy.
no, of course they are.
He calls they watch the show. No, they don't. Like I've talked about Ghana, right? Even your best friend Zongo, you don't see him getting upset.
No, Zongo just makes
yeah, but Afridamas, let's be honest. Most Africans don't hate Congolese or Rwanda. These countries are poor. They tend to hate the rich countries where black people are living better. It's just resentment and envy. So they don't really go hang up like that on Congolese. You don't even expect that as well. So I mean, it is what it is.
Like it's a 98% rate of black people in the country. You mean the country is multicultural? So yes, it's in Africa, but it's multicultural. So you can't just say, "Oh, they hate it because there is black people rich." There's white people in the country that is wealthy too.
Just let it come out, my sister.
There's white people in the country that is wealthy too.
I just want to give you time today to lash out. What's really wrong with us black people? Just lash out. Just let it go.
Lozi, hold on, Lozi. How many topics have you seen Gwe call on here and give her brutal honesty? So
no, she doesn't give this energy.
Yes, she does.
No, she doesn't.
Hold on, Lozi. This is not her first time calling up here. Like, she gives a brutal honesty about different topics. And so I mean, like, so to accuse her of hating South Africa, is completely wrong. I don't think she hates South Africa. She just knows that. She heard Ramaphosa talk. She knows how Trump operates, and
let me say
she put two and two together and gave the answer.
Let me say this, Afridamas. USA, it's actually a successful country, a prosperous country. But people will always discuss USA as if it's this failing country that is all bad. They do that all the time. And even if USA even if USA is surrounded by a bunch of failures like Abu Mexico and but they will talk.
Wait a minute. Don't get me in trouble with the Mexicans, okay? They got
pause. Anyway, but I'm trying to deliver a context here, Afridamas.
So you see what Lozi is doing? You're over here throwing mud at all these countries. People are watching you now. You bring Mexico into this. Please, Mexico.
All right, Afridamas. All I'm saying, Afridamas, is that as South Africans, we're just too successful on the continent, surrounded by a bunch of failure. So we are gonna get this kind of.
Lozi, this is good. Then you guys better pay your own bills then.
We are, but apparently, remember, as I said, that 408 that is coming from America is to take care of, fellow African brothers who are here as refugees. But all I'm saying, Afridamas, remember, we have got the best healthcare in Africa by our own money.
With that American money,
it's just 17% of our healthcare, and it's going to who? Who do you think need that aid? Don't you think the refugees that are here?
I know those refugees climbing that wall.
I know what you're doing, Afridamas. But all I was saying, Afridamas, is that we're just too successful, man. So I'm expecting this kind of pushback and hate and envy and resentment. It's normal, but not coming from you.
You have a very
I'm just saying
primitive
people who call
mindset.
in on your panel. They tend to really display hate.
No,
man.
because
We can't take
Lozi knows that. You know, when you saw the news, you know, you're like, oh God.
I knew that Afrikaners is gonna. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have a long month, man. If it's not you, it's this idiot Kaizo, and I know search for Uhuru. A dynasty will be creating a content sooner than later. You know, it's just gonna be a month of bashing South Africa. Like go, you got a lot of context this month. I'm telling you myself. Just prepare yourself.
Well, Phil, you guys are the African diaspora. You know, he better
You need to
support
go all that stuff you're talking to Lozo. You need to go say that to Ramaphosa because he's making you all look bad. He's not saying what you're saying. He is actually talking about how they're bullying him and how they're trying to do this to him. And all
I think
Ramaphosa did not need the money. And South Africa did not need that money. Ramaphosa should have got on that stage and said, "Fuck Trump." That's what he should have did.
No, we're not stupid. Look, there's a reason why we still are we are still the most stable. Africans think we are stupid. We're not gonna fall for that. There's a reason why we're still the most stable country in Africa. You think we are here to push egos? Like Africans, do these people think we are here to brush our egos? No, we are not stupid. Africans, Ramaphosa so far, I must say, after Mandela, I put him, he has been the actually a good leader than what we expected in terms of geopolitics. I think the guy has shown balls, he stood up. I mean, which African country will take Israel to court? Which African country will kick the Israel ambassador out?
That has nothing to do with
Africa, can I just speak, Guyana? Africa, do you know when we do good, Africans act like it's not happening. We the ones who said, an Israel official should not be in African Union. We don't want them to listen to what we are discussing there. No, they said nothing. They act as if when South Africa is helping. South Africa now is in the peacekeeping mission in Sudan. South Africa, it was involved in Ethiopia for peacekeeping in 2022. When South Africa is all over doing good, they act like, no, it's not happening. But when slightly something that bad might happen to us.
That's what Darian was asking. He said, you guys are involving in all these conflicts. Are you guys trying to, you know?
We are the powerhouse of Africa. What do you expect when you are the
Lozi, now you see when you say this, right? This is why, like, because you know, even Malema saying you guys got powerful army. This is why, like, what happened in Congo with the M23, the Africans keep bringing it up because you're like, we're strong. So what they are saying is they're like, man, you're so good, you know, a little, you know, little rebel army took you guys down.
No,
this is why they keep. This is why people keep saying it.
We're not there fighting. We are there on a peace, Africa. But let me just say this: which country in Africa tends to have the largest migrants of African descendants coming to live there? It's South Africa. Proving my point. And the other thing, these are the characteristics. These are the characteristics of a regional powerhouse, attracting everyone. And the other thing, Afridamas, we are the most industrial, and on top of that, we are plugging Africa into BRICS, which is another alternative that so that we can have better engagement with the rest of the world. We will also be leading G20 next year here in South Africa, the largest organization on earth. We will be leading it, and Africans come and be jealous, have a lot to say about us. You are welcome.
Hold on, let me say this, President Trump, if you're listening, you can hear this yourself, right? Go ahead. If you're listening, this is not me putting this in his mouth. He's letting us know they Gucci. So you heard him. Go ahead, boy.
He said for they're bringing all the African countries into BRICS. Is that what you said, Lozo?
Well, come ask again.
No, I'm saying, are you saying that you South Africa is bringing other African countries into BRICS?
Yes, South Africa has worked hard to bring many African countries into BRICS. Yes.
Why?
Why?
Yeah, why?
As an alternative of global trade to grow their economies.
But don't BRICS is need to pick what they want to do.
Can I explain to you what is BRICS?
I know what BRICS is. I'm saying, why do they want to encourage other countries to do that?
Well, it's freedom, it's democracy, right? Countries that think they've got interest and they can see the benefits in BRICS, they will. So South Africa is just saying,
so
let's
now you see why Trump is cutting the check, stopping it.
Yes, yes, I understand. I even said it's because of BRICS as well. I said BRICS is also part of this.
But you're talking democracy, but we know what that means.
Of course, but he should have freedom. He
When
said
we hear BRICS and democracy in the same line, speaking to America, we know what it means.
I know, we know what that means.
But Trump himself, he said countries that are going against American interests, which I think BRICS is sort of like an opposite of American interest. He should cut the aid. Why should he fund a country that tends to not align with America in many ways? So I don't blame Trump, actually. I don't.
So other countries, other African countries who are receiving aid, if they are receiving aid from America, because we know most of them were, and they don't have America's best interest, or they're not ally of America, America shouldn't cut no check to them. You know,
America's already cutting checks to men, but let me just say, African countries that are joining BRICS, they the ones who choose that. You know what? We want to follow South Africa. We think this organization it's an alternative that will go. It's their choice. We don't have power over them. It's not like we're forcing them.
All I can say is, within these 2 weeks since Trump came around, I've been learning quite a lot. I'm finding out all these so-called leaders who are walking the red light district.
But Afridamas, I just want you to make this show responding after 6 months or after a year.
No, we in a couple of days. In a couple of days, we would have new update. Trust me, maybe in the next 48 hours. We will have new updates.
Yeah, no, I'm going to have a tough month, man. I'll never hear the end of it,
man. Lozi is like, damn, I wish they were in their home country where they would shut off the lights so that the internet wouldn't work for 3 hours.
But I must say, Afridamas, engaging with a lot of African folks on this panel, it has grown me a spine, man. When we started, I used to be very emotional and I'll get touched and I'll be angry. But I've learned that, you know what, this is a bunch of losers. I just need to contain myself and deal with them, you know. I mean, they used to get at me because they will bash South Africa the whole day. And I'm like, damn, I'll just be crazy mad. But now I'm like, I'm used to it, man. I've grown a spine, man. I'm used to it.
But Lozi, you go hard against anyone that's saying what you don't like. Because even the South African guy, last show,
is he even a South African? He could be this half of what, you know. We've got many aliens here making babies, so he could be whatever. I mean, who knows? Who knows? You know,
I don't know.
Who knows who he is?
About a country. What did you?
I am a typical South African. We are nationalists. I'm a typical South African. We are nationalists by nature. You can hear a South African when a South African speaks. We stand strong on our country.
Nobody more nationalistic than Nigerians. We know that. Or Ghanaians.
And Lozi, right now things are tough because FBA.
Nigerians are nationalists out of Nigeria because they barely live in Nigeria. The ones who call in here, they are nationalists out of Nigeria. Okay, right?
Go ahead, what are you talking about? Of course, some of them are not going to.
Go ahead. Most Nigerians who call in, they don't live in Nigeria, by the way.
Lozi, have you noticed?
I don't know why you got so much.
Have you noticed FBA have gone pro-Trump? So this is gonna be a hard fight.
Cut the money.
Look. Honestly, I still like Trump, man. I still think Trump is a good leader. Many leaders should be copying from what he does. He's a nationalist. What's wrong with that? I always prefer leaders who are gonna push the interest of their country. What's wrong with that? I don't understand the beef. The people making noise about Trump. America has been taken advantage of for far too long. But America as well has been doing sort of shit in other countries as well. I'm not gonna take that away. But I mean, Trump is trying to save resources for American people. You Afridamas, you will benefit. So I don't understand what's wrong with what Trump is doing. Cut the aid from these useless countries that are using that aid to stay in power with this fraudulent.
Now you see why I'm doing the shows. I'm just following my money. That's all. You know, I'm just following my tax money.
No, but Afridamas, I just want you to see that, you know, South Africa, Black South Africans in particular, we are gambling, we take risks. I mean, America is not a tiny country, it's not a small country, it's a powerful country on earth. Yet we are standing on what we stand on. It's not typical for many African countries. Most African countries are submissive when it comes to America.
You know, you guys can stand your ground for 4
Yeah, but the thing is, like 17%.
Let's wait till Monday.
17% of the money is going to the health, right?
Come on,
it's more money.
Let's say something nice about us. Man. Just say one thing.
I said 48 hours.
No, man.
Right.
We are still on our stance regarding the Israel. We're taking Israel to court, those bunch of losers. We are still on that. We're not turning back. That's been like what, a year and a half.
Trump just put a sanction on the ICC. So
yeah, and he's trying to pull America out of United Nations also.
Yeah, America. Look, let's be honest. America is frustrated as well. You know, the power dynamics are globally changing. This is all because of that. There's shift in powers, guys. Power is gonna be shared, and South Africa, we are at the front line. We are at the front line in Africa. There is no African country that is making geopolitical stands than South Africa. Afridamas, let's be honest on that one. Wait, guy. Afridamas, which African state is pulling serious heavy load on geopolitics than South Africa in terms of the front line? It is not.
Well, right? I mean, and you know, prior to the M23, I would have.
No, Africa must be honest, man. No. South Africa, we joined BRICS in 2010 when it was not even fashionable. We continue to be. We are the biggest voice on United Nations. We are the biggest voice on African Union. We literally took Israel to court. And we supported Russia in their invasion to Ukraine. We did that. No African country moves like this. They are a bunch of cowards who will never say anything or challenge the powerful country.
Yeah, but have you noticed? Maybe we just don't want to be a part of that stuff.
Those other countries, yeah.
Yeah, but you know, sometimes you got your walk, your talk. You know, sometimes you might, speak on a media platform, garnering like people's attention, but when it comes to the practicality of the work, you can't really get to do the work. And a practical example is like South African military going to a small area in Goma and just get.
I'll be right back. Keep talking.
You get what I'm saying? I get your compassion, Lozy. But sometimes you just gotta like wake up sometimes and smell a coffee. Sometimes you gotta decide based on practical terms, if that really makes sense. That you do get some funding, some support from the U.S., from the American government. You just gotta trade cautiously, or you can just take a neutral approach when tipping toe on international politics. You get, or if you even have control of the supply chain networks, because the reason why these Western countries have controls of everything because they control the global supply chain network. In terms of their military and how they are stationed strategically and the influence they have with other countries. And if you really want to go on that level, you should be able to position yourself from that angle as well, if that really makes sense.
Yeah, but
nobody is really hating on you or something like that. Yeah.
But no, you cannot just entirely just disprove that. I mean, Africans say most horrible things about us where we barely discuss them. But anyway, that's not the topic. Let me just say this to you. I think you are saying something it does make sense to an extent, but we're not gonna just be pushed around like that, like we are just this Mickey Mouse country. Maybe Ghana can do that. Ghana is insignificant, but South Africa is not. So we have to put our position in So we have to stand on business and mean what we mean. And whatever comes, comes. You're not a bunch of cowards. At the end of the day, to think that America is still as powerful as 20 years ago, or these Western countries control everything, as you put it, things are changing. And it's either you're going to shift with time as times change, or you're going to stuck in the olden days, fearing your master and continue to be a good slave, Zongo. Ghana must continue to be a good slave. We will take chances. We will risk aligning ourselves with the changing world, and that's what we're doing. Please, thanks for the advice from Ghana, but Ghana is not doing well. So I don't think I need
no. See, I mean, and then you fall into like the same you fall into the same bait again. You know, speaking of optics,
Oh my
get like
God.
trying to influence people's emotions without dealing at the
The root
reality
cause.
on the ground. You know, like if you know you get aid from the U.S., you get a lot of support. Your market is in the U.S. You know, you got to play your politics a little bit. Even China, for instance, like I mean, China.
Am I being
They,
advised by
yeah,
Ghanaian?
China have. Wait, 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 wait. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
One
finish.
mic, one mic. Let him finish.
Why no?
I mean, China have their own like issues with the U.S., but they still like they still trade with the U.S. You know, on certain terms. They don't go out acting like
No, they do. You need
I
to
still,
follow up. China does.
I'm saying, but they still trade. I mean, they still trade with the U.S. They don't
Yeah,
go
but China
outside.
came out now that they support South Africa on our stands, even Russia as well. So I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
But I'm saying on a dip. So you mean to tell me China supports South Africa over U.S.? Is that what you're saying? Like on a greater scale? Is that what you're saying?
No, of course, on a greater scale, China supports USA. I'm saying on the matters where America is being biased against us, they actually take sides with us.
That's the point I'm talking about. That sometimes you gotta play your cards very smartly.
No,
You know,
Zongo, you from Ghana. Why shouldn't
when
I
the
listen
matter
to your
get
advice?
worse,
If you're
nobody's gonna
from Ghana,
support
why
you
shouldn't I
back.
listen to your advice, brother?
Nobody's gonna.
Nothing works in
A
Ghana.
practical example is looking at Ukraine. They're talking tough, trying to act like they could defeat
Zongo, you
Russia.
can barely advise your leaders to make Ghana great. Why should I listen to you? Like, why should I listen
All
to
right, all right. Let's go to Ola. Ola's been waiting to go ahead, Ola. But Lozi, you gotta let the people talk, though.
I know.
Man,
Yeah, you can.
Lozi doesn't.
Go ahead, Ola.
I mean, Lozi, man.
Ola, welcome to the Afridamus report.
Yeah,
Ola. So
thank you for that.
Ramaphosa have spoken, and we've seen Trump have signed an executive order saying that he's pulling the check from South Africa. So Ramaphosa, South Africa's president, is saying we are not going to be bullied, but meaning, please Trump, stop bullying us. So do you think, South Africa can, how long would it take for them to bend the knee here?
Afridamus, this is the second time, this is the second apartheid coming to South Africa.
Really?
Yep. Because if we have to understand history, I don't know, you have to understand that Donald Trump is not so as fast as Ronald Reagan. You know, what Donald Trump is doing is not so as fast as Ronald Reagan. I think George Bush might learn his lessons, maybe his father might be as Ronald Reagan too. You see, dealing with South Africa, they just start now. This start with, they've been planning this for a very long time. How long they will allow ANC to rule as a one-party state in South Africa. So what is hitting South Africa right now is not really South Africa direct. So they want to crumble ANC. ANC is a revolutionary party. They say have the mentality of the revolution. Not all of them, some of them, they are corrupt and everything. They be using media, CNN, to counter ANC and the government for a very long time. This is the work of, see, if you think US aid is gone, US aid is still pretty alive. If you watch a lot of the news about South Africa, electric grey and other things, you see, South Africa white are the worst racist people on earth.
But Donald Trump is giving them, refugee status because of the racism whites are facing in South Africa.
He's giving the white people refugee status, but not the black people. You see, South Africa is in a very difficult stage because of the white that is in that country. They have to tread very carefully because they have a very powerful ally. United States is one of them. You understand me?
And also another thing I suspect, we don't have proof yet, but someone sent this because they asked Trump. They said, Trump, does this involve all Africans? He said no, just South Africa. So they said they believe that Nigerians have been writing letters to Trump as well.
No, we just want him to can deal with our leaders and their corruption. That's what we want them to do. We don't want nothing else for them. So what South Africa is facing now is a shadow of apartheid. You understand? South Africa is being run almost like United States type of 50s and 40s. You understand me? So you can say the South Africans people, the blacks have a little bit the experience of the black America. Although the blacks in South Africa, they're their own land. You understand me? No matter who comes to this power, they will be using eyes, especially if the Western people, if the white people take control of this so-called business and everything. The black South Africans can never align with anybody. That will be the struggle they will ever have. And I just want to say this. When the time comes that the whites started feeling they be marginalized in their country, besides United States whereby they conquered, that other foreigners that came in there become the majority, they will revolt. There is always in their nature to cause chaotic and other things. We understand that they be pushing this kind of gayness to Africa. Thank God that one is gone, because Ghana, the flag of gay people, was being planted in the heart of Ghana, and let Ghana be seeing it. You understand me?
What?
And that corrupt Ghana leader that just left, that guy did bold enough to sign that paper. You know why? Because USA told him, if you do it, you know we'll get no IMF loan. When you come to Nigeria, right? We want to see the file.
But Ola, Toby, didn't you see? Didn't you see Malema, wrapped himself in that flag?
No, it's not really IMF loan. It has a lot to do with like the US aid, because like the US aid are pretty much a leftist influence organization.
Let me finish. You have your time. You can take over. The truth of the matter is, I don't even trust Malema anymore. Malema, look, anybody can. Malema might be the one making noise in this, but slowly for back. You see, money, the power of money is very strong. You understand me? The power of money is very, very strong. Malema might be making noise, for back he might be collecting some change from these people. You understand me? For him supporting what is not actually in Africa culture. Doesn't mean that it's not existing in Africa, but because of the nature of our culture.
But Ola, if you look at it, Ola, what Trump is saying here, like, okay, he's not stopping South Africa from doing what they want. He's just saying, we are giving you money, but you are doing the opposite of what we want you to do. You are taking the sides of our enemies. So we gotta stop giving you money. So what is the USA doing that is wrong here?
Afrikaners is very difficult, right? When you have your own land. Let me assume.
No. What I'm saying is, it's fine. Like you have your own land, right? Mm-hmm. Fine. Like I'm like, okay, Ola, this is you got your land. That's you can do whatever you want with it. But I have my money. I don't have to give it to you, right?
Yeah, but you see, this thing will not just end up in this money of a thing.
No, but what I'm saying is, like, South Africa is their country. So if they don't wanna be told or bother with this, they should just give Trump the middle finger and say, we don't want your money, move on.
Yeah, but South Africa understand it will come with this aid first sanction. Later they will get to maybe the free trade they will have with the United States. They will go after those ones. These people go gradually. They don't look. South Africa is in a very big, I understand.
Yeah, but Ola, do you think it's smart to receive money from somebody? Like, Ola, would you give money to someone who is not supporting your interests?
Yeah, but they can have freedom to say. See, South Africa.
No, what I'm saying, if you're giving somebody money and they are against you, are you gonna keep giving them money?
Yeah, but if you see what is going on, that also happened to Zimbabwe. Look, Zimbabwe was also facing the same thing. Also, they was okay. We'll be paying you, allow the white people to be staying in that land, be farming, but these white people were banking the money in England. So that's what I'm telling you. It's like you live in your own living room, but every time you see people moving around, sitting on your royal chairs and everything, and they can put legs on it. They can do anything on it, but you can't really say much. You can say,
No, but Ola, I get what
why
you're
does it
saying,
maintain the rules?
but this is like Donald Trump is not using South African money. He is talking about not giving them USA money.
Yes,
Yes.
they can stop it. If that's what they want, South Africa will survive. But the problem
Yeah,
is,
but there's a lot of things for that aid. It's like a soft power thing as well. So
Right.
that aid is
Yeah, but again, that's what it.
free.
But again, it's in like most Africans you see,
Afidamos,
most
what you see
Africans
now,
you see
right?
in their house. You see the movies. They say, "You talk to me like that in my house." Don't you see movies like that? Yeah, like you let somebody in your house, they eat good, sleep good, and then they want to talk greasy to you. You throw them out. I mean, come on, guys.
Afidamos, we have to be very careful here.
So, Ola, are you saying Trump should give money,
yes,
even if South Africa is against America's interest?
Yes, what happened in Liberia? See, what you see now.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. I want to make sure I'm asking you properly. Are you saying Trump should give money?
No, I'm not saying
to people who are against his interest.
No, I'm not saying they should give, but at least respect their sovereignty of their country.
No, he does. He's not telling. If you want to stop that money,
it's fine. If you want to stop that money, it's fine.
Yeah.
See, they don't have favor on you. You see, look, I'm an old school. When Samodo came to power, right? The Reagan's people look at him, they look at him, they look at him. You know why they look at him? Because he's not their puppet. And the American Liberians that was at that time, some of them might be United, might be sending. Look, if they have you see, Black America is a child of a white man. You understand me? You can't change that. You cannot change that.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Ola, you're getting me in trouble tonight.
No, because that's just the truth. American Liberia, most of them felt that they're also like Americans also. You understand me? So what you see that the white South Africans always take the Americans in their back. So if you look the way he is the way they would deal with you. You understand me? If you know their child that is in that seat, they will use side out to look at you. Okay, I'll give you an example. Look at what happened in Ukraine, right? In Ukraine, that's even white to white. You understand me? They know the Russians are very powerful, but they told the Ukrainians.
You know what else is happening? Canada is worried about getting annexed by the USA because they also receive a lot of money. I played the video here. Trudeau is letting people know, like, no, he said this is for real. Like this is not a joke. He's like literally, like this is a thing. It's not. It is people who are out there thinking that this is a joke. This is not a joke. Like this is
Trump.
He's signing, orders. Let me show you guys here. Give me a second.
And let me say this.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead. I was gonna just show. Okay, Zongo, thank you for sending this. Countries, the amounts they receive from from US aid. Ukraine 16.2 billion, even though they said 177. Zelensky said he received 77. Ethiopia 2 billion. Jordan 1.2 billion. Afghanistan 1.2 billion. Somalia 1.1 billion. Yemen 1.1 billion. DRC Congo 982 million. Syria 894.7 million. Sudan 891.1 million. Nigeria 886 million, 86.2. So yeah, it's a bunch of countries.
Yeah.
A lot of them. You're seeing them right here. So yeah, they use soft power, but honestly, at the end of the day, this money is not free. It's to tell you what, when they need you to serve something.
Is Liberia on that list?
Yes, Liberia. Let me see here.
It's supposed to be.
Let's see here. Yeah. So when people say, "Oh, your dusty country, Gambia," do you see Gambia here? If I ever hear any of you talk about we beg, do you see us here? Do you see?
Yeah, Liberia is below Rwanda. Is there?
Oh.
Yeah, these begging Liberians.
I know, man. We beggars. That's
Oh,
Gambia.
Oh, but we only get 4.8 million.
The disbursement actually is 7.6. So that's what they actually disburse.
Oh, I spoke too quick. I thought you guys would see it.
No, but Afrikaners compared to other countries, at least Gambia, they're not really begging that much,
No, we're not over there.
Ghana is only like 800 and some million.
Yeah.
No, Ghana is like 170 million.
Yeah. No wonder if you notice, no wonder they tap dance. Do you see Gambian leaders tap dancing?
Yeah, when it comes to like the gay something, like nah, they do that.
Exactly. They're like, nah, you can keep your money, man.
Yeah, Liberia is there.
Paul Biya, 110 million.
Yeah, they got a lot of money.
No wonder why he living nice in a different country.
Ivory Coast, Senegal, Honduras. Man,
Yeah,
Liberia
is below Ghana, like Ghana, Rwanda, Liberia. You see,
we receive less money than you guys.
Yeah, but it's still a lot.
Same within the range. The same within.
That's still a lot of money though, and the country look like that. That thing, Trump cut it off because it's not going to Liberian people at all.
This money is also being aided with corruption also.
Yes, that's what the USAID audit is all about. Is showing
they give you this money, they give you this money, they get it back.
Right?
How?
Okay,
by bringing brochures of nations, right?
Yeah. So Ola, that's what we're talking about here. So if no one can say like to Trump, no, you stopping some money from us is wrong, because if Trump is looking at it like, why are we giving these people money if they are doing things that we deem not in line with our principles.
After that, let me just tell you this. I think Lozo left. Who is instigating Afrophobia in South Africa? If you check it, where is the money of those white South Africans? Look, where the white South Africans are saying the black South Africans look, because the black South Africans don't know nothing at all. They don't know much about the business. They know maybe they have to learn from the Zimbabweans and other Africa, might be English people that Africa, those ones, Ghana or Nigeria, that's come over, might be true they can get the business aspect and be competitive with them, right?
Let me tell you this. Don't let Lozzie hear you.
No, Lozzie can
let you hear you say this.
It's a fact.
But Ola, I think it's it kind of cross board though.
Let me tell you the truth. With the
most average Africans everywhere, they do not really know much.
With the politicians are taking the money from these white billionaires, certificate white billionaires, right? And they always have you see, white people are very focused people. They observe, and before they strike you, they don't have emotions towards anything. They are very plain. They don't smile. Maybe if they smile, you see it might be in their eyes, but not really in their lips, or they don't open mouth. Their emotion is pure standstill. So what you're seeing with them, right? This Afrophobia in South Africa of it is being pushed us by the white South African billionaires. If they think a lot of Africans are coming there, They think the black ones are not too much. They will use money towards the media, like what United States is also doing also. You know, they will use media to encounter you and say, oh, too much migrants are coming here. This is
Wait, Ola, are you trying to say the sentiment those black South Africans have towards the other Africans is not their own, it's white people teaching them?
Yes, yeah, it's been pushed by some of these politicians that are, you see, coons are everywhere that are taking money from these white billionaires, right?
No, I'm talking about the ordinary South Africans, their sentiment. Like, for example, right, like let's say here in the United States, like some people would see directly how like the people who don't like the illegals around their area. Like nobody's telling them not to like these people.
So okay, for that was 1993, right? 1993, when they were going after Abacha, right? I was a university student. I listened to Voice of America. I listened to BBC and all this news in the night. Sometimes the news that I'm getting from these people sometimes look like, am I really in Nigeria? I kind of like look around like, what's actually going on? They will feed you news that because you're young.
Oh yeah, that's propaganda. I get
propaganda.
that.
They will feed you news that even when you wake up, you will even be scared of yourself. You understand me?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying when it comes to that.
That's not the power of propaganda. The black Americans that hate Africans, if you think that they just wake up themselves and say, oh, Africans, these damn Africans, these hungry people Africans, these Africans. That's why I was in one show. I told this guy, I said, look, you're from Suriname. He said, yeah. I said, the Jamaicans, this so-called Italians and everything, none of them like Africans. I said, but I don't blame you because it's the media, and because you already be colonized, be owned by society people, they start using Africans as an example, as a bar of what called poverty. You understand me? So YouTube, this YouTube you say, save Africa. Through this YouTube, we start seeing the people that was hating on us and the people is it where they live? These people have mad to hate on us where they live on the woody houses. You understand me? If there were no media, will you understand that some black Americans can't even buy no damn jeans? That they have to go to Freeway to buy jeans for about $10? Man, look, this is what is going on. Forget Trump is in power. Trump is not in power. It's already a motto in them, and they will always come together. Canada is not going nowhere. Canada is their brother. Why is it that Canada, United States are very successful, but all the other countries that surround them, they are damn fucking poor. Mexico is poor. El Salvador is poor.
Yeah, because
everything is poor there. You understand me?
But that's
I just wanted to add this point. A lot of people saying, "Oh, America," because someone is actually feeding you this idea that America is going to lose their soft power. That's not true. If they don't get this aid, wait, let me finish. If they don't get these respective countries, they don't get this aid, America's not going to lose their soft power. I mean, in fact, the soft power of America actually comes from this entertainment industry, music, media, and everything that you see. And some of these countries that also are like Afrikaners from Gambia in the US, myself, Gwe, our families are back home. They see our lifestyle. They're like, damn, like America's like that. You get what I'm saying? That is the soft power. You get what I'm saying?
It's
so a lot of people, those
people
people saying,
could be the front line of soft power too, because
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You're a capitalist.
Through us, the people
like
back
them.
home.
Your orientation about their system is you be happy that without you not knowing, passing the knowledge of American system towards your people of freedom and freedom of speech. You understand me? Look, America. Look, Afrida, let me just tell you the truth, man. Dreaming of coming to America or dreaming of going to America, my father was there. I saw my father with Afro hair, with a velvet jacket, with a leather on the elbow. You understand me? Driving a Cadillac. You understand me? Living in a swimming pool house. You understand me? When he came with two different type of accent. 12 years. You understand me? I said, Dad, I want to go to where you over there too to see what is going on.
Man,
He look
someone is
at me,
saying,
he
someone
laugh.
is,
You understand me? America destroyed my life till you don't know when I'm trying to come to United States since 88. 88, immediately after my high school, 89, I want to come to United States. You understand me? I want to, through basketball, I asked my uncle, what? See, so American dreams almost ruined my life.
exactly, like Hollywood movies,
You
music,
understand me? Almost
everything,
ruined
you
my
know.
life.
I
Even
mean, in Africa, you don't need much. You just need the FBAs to just sell America to Negroes back home.
they give us Tupac.
No, but
They give
all
us
I
the
say is
first.
ruin his life. How did it ruin your life?
Well, look, because I so believe in the propaganda they were selling to me with Eddie Murphy movie, with first of all with John Wayne, for John
But
Wayne
that's not a
to
propaganda, though. That's
hold
not
on,
really a
hold on.
propaganda.
My brother, we see all this thing like Will Smith and those families, you know. You see the mansions, you see the way they live, the clothes and everything.
The
And
Fresh
guess
Prince
what?
of Bel Air.
Fresh Prince of Bel Air. You understand me?
You wanted to move to Bel Air.
No, I want to live. I want to live like them. I want to enjoy this. You see Black Americans with some powerful cars with pimp rims and everything.
Well,
When I was
you can come here and
no,
put rims on your
because
car.
Nah, man. Nah,
because I
man.
was young. After that,
What,
because I
Zongo,
was
what do you
young.
mean? No, you cannot go. You
Nah,
can't fly.
I'm not. I'm saying the lifestyle that, like, when we all were back home, the lifestyle that we saw, we thought every Americans were living like that until
Yes.
to see that only rich people, only rich blacks are the ones living that kind of lifestyle.
No,
Though.
actually, not true. Like if you look at a lot of the stuff, you know, some of it you've seen. I'm not
It's like
talking
like a hood
musical
culture. It's like
videos,
a
but
hood
a lot of
culture.
stuff you know, like they portraying it's actual. There are people, you know, it's easy.
that
Like if you can go buy rims and put it on your car.
Yeah,
Like you can. Are you
So
guys telling me?
that was what I'm
Are you
saying.
guys
That
telling me you can, you know, like what you're seeing on the movie, the rims and stuff, is a lie? You cannot buy a rim.
After that, when you come over,
what I'm saying is
Well,
that
no, I'm just confused because I have owned plenty of cars that I have bought custom rims and put them on them. So I'm just confused.
actually, no. After that, you can. I'm saying the kind of cars that the celebrities are buying. These are not cars for an average person. That's
If
what I'm
you
just
can,
saying.
there are cars like, for example, you look at the, you know, some like All About the Benjamins, right? They have these the 93 or 94 Impala SS.
Yeah, the Impala.
Which is a lot of people, you know, you like.
Yeah, if you
Like,
go to
right?
hood, you see a lot of it. Yeah, even in the hood.
So
driving.
you know, to own an Impala is not out of reach. That's my point.
No, it does about that. Look, the truth matter is.
Well, I mean, the kind of cars that Birdman and Lil Wayne and those kind of cars they are using. That's what I'm saying.
Like what kind of car you talking?
Hip hop.
I mean, back in the days when they were driving Escalade, you know, Range Rover.
You can't own an Escalade as an ordinary.
I mean, you don't see average person like those at that time. I mean, after that, these are cars.
What are you guys talking about? Like you can own an Escalade. I own a truck that's equivalent of an Escalade.
Right.
As we speak.
But what I mean is that at that time, but now the current cars that most of these celebrities are driving, like let's say like like Bentley and those kind of cars. These are cars that cost over like $100,000-$200,000. This is only for an average.
Yeah, I mean, but
that's what I'm talking about.
Wait. So when you were in Africa, you thought you can come and buy a Bentley?
I thought the average person is driving those kind of cars. Is that
really, Zongo?
Look, Zongo might be different, but look, I live the life of real hip hop life. You know what I'm saying? About Sean John.
So Ola, you were living the delusional.
No. After that, you know, as a university student at one point in the 90s, right? I like Ice Cube a lot, but truth of the matter is being told, You see, when I came, when I started suspecting these Black Americans is when I encountered them in Europe in their club.
Man, hold up,
That
man. We had these stories, man.
they were
Come
not
on.
also as friendly that I would have thought. Zogo, look, I live as a big boy, Zogo. I buy
I
my
said we've
cars
heard
in
of this
United
story. We have
You
this
understand
story
me? You
several
cannot
times.
afford
That's all
some of
I
these
was just
cars,
saying.
Zogo. You understand me? All my cars are from United States. I live the
So
life.
wait,
I
so
went
wait,
hold
so
on.
wait,
I went to
they are mad. They are mad.
That's fine, man.
They
I just,
I went to
for
That's
it.
fine.
I just think that Afrikaners sometimes, people like to it will be a different scenario if what America doing, if it was any of our country, will be in favor of it. A lot of times when it's not their country or if not our country, we tend to see things in a different way. If today Gambia was the superpower and doing what Trump is doing, or your president was doing that, the Gambians will be in favor of that. They will not want open borders. They will not want all of this stuff that happening. They will not want to be taking the people in Gambia hard working money.
Look, go ahead.
sending
Knowing
people-
Gambians, you know what will happen? Trump is saying he's building a wall. He's just doing a wall. In Gambia, we would probably build the wall like a stadium and put like a dome just to open it when it's raining.
Man,
That's
even,
it.
even Gambians are not recognizing Ghanaians in Gambia. They don't want to give them
That's what I'm
citizenship.
saying.
Yeah, because we're doing it for the future because we suspect that we might become rich someday.
And Afrikaners right now in Liberia, the Guineans and the Fulanese, they're protesting because they want to be citizens in Liberia. When their parents
Yeah,
have to
so
be
much. I thought the
Liberian.
blacks say, as long as you're black, you become a citizen in Liberia. Please.
No. In Liberia, one of your parents have to be Liberian for you to be citizen. Now the people who came from
I forgot,
Guinea,
but you would have asked why the
Man,
Ghanaians
most Africans do not even believe in democracy,
I
nation
forgot,
state.
you would have asked why the Ghanaians hate.
Yeah, so the
Why
one
the
my
Ghanaians? You'd have asked why the Ghanaians hate Nigerians. You know what? You see that their president that just left, that man that just left, that Kofa-Addo, that
Yeah.
man have a very bitterness in him. That guy's a typical Ghanaians who look at you, smile with you, then stab you in your back. That man said something in one conference and said, yeah, that with the Nigerians were walking past entry to I don't know, UK, they will be the one on the line, they will be checking their passport. You understand me? You know what the Ghanaians hate Nigerians really? If you have to check deep about it, there's nothing else than our standard of living at that time. You know what I'm saying? And the bit that's what I was surprised. The man said, "Oh, Black America, come and take passport."
Man, no,
That
a
man
lot
said,
of times,
even this Zongo, even
these
this Zongo
people,
that is
like these people, wait,
even this Zongo that is talking, I don't trust him.
wait. See,
You
a lot of
understand
time,
me?
these people paint this false narrative, like
It's not false narrative.
Ghanaians.
Your
Well, let me
president
finish. Let
knows
me make this point. Let me
he's
make
a
this
man
point.
with a lot of double face. Also,
Let me. I mean, of course, man. They are, because Ghana is not like one monolithic country. It's made out of.
you're like
Wait,
that.
let me finish, man. Let me finish. It's just like Nigerians. Some of you guys claim even Buhari is not Nigerian. So is it? Why don't you look at Ghana from the same lens too? Ghanaians are not just.
No. Forget that.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Ghana is made up of several tribes in Ghana, and there are some tribes that are the majority. They're gonna feel like other groups are not even from Ghana or from elsewhere. Why not? Why are you not even looking at it from that angle? When a new president, wait, let me finish. Let me finish. When a new president came, you didn't see Traore came to Ghana, and he saw Burkina Faso citizens even in Ghana. The new president recognized them. Even in Ghana, there are Hausa people in Ghana. And nobody even claims them. They are Hausa people. It's mostly people from southern Nigeria that are always shouting all the times.
Bro,
because the Hausa language itself is not even
we don't
indigenous to
we
Ghana.
don't go in
How
the
did it
back.
find itself in Ghana?
We don't go in the back. It's not about one tribe of a thing. We don't go in the
Man,
back and start
shut up
stabbing
over there.
them.
Even you guys
We don't
over there,
start-
when people from northern
we don't go
Nigeria
in the back. We don't go in
come
the
to
back to
stay.
start stabbing Ghana in the back. We saw with Kofa-Addo when he was stabbing this guy in the back. They tore that guy of a thing. It's not about that man. Even in the job places, people are complaining about the whole shit. If you walk in places, they go over there and say, "Oh, you trust these Nigerians." That is what they say most of the
Man, ain't
time.
nobody
It's not
have.
about you
I'm just gonna be
double
honest
face.
to you.
This whole Aquaba of it is fake.
No,
That's
see,
just the
I'm
truth.
just
You
for
know,
me.
you can take your
I'm
part,
gonna
but
be
yeah,
even honest to you. I'm not even gonna lie
you know,
pretend
you have
to
to
you.
be honest to me. I don't
When I
trust you really
see
because
when I see someone from southern Nigeria,
you
I'm
know,
not even gonna trust him. One bit, man. But I'm gonna
no,
trust someone from northern
even the
Nigeria over
north.
someone from
Look, you
Nigeria.
cannot look. Let me tell you the truth. You can
I
say because
mean,
we attack each other, both the north and the south. I would trust an outside man in Nigeria than trusting anybody
well,
from
I would
Ghana.
trust an awesome man over you, though. I'm just being honest
It
to you.
won't be their way. The outside man will not even trust Ghana even.
Oh well, you're lying, man.
Listen,
Because
you have to check. You have to check what Baba did.
my
You have to
culture
check
is
what the
even more
Buhari did.
similar
You
to
have
an
to check
Hausa
what the
person than
Buhari.
you.
You have to check what the Buhari did when he was in power.
Man, shut up, man.
Buhari
You don't
said you
even know.
can't trust them.
You don't understand Africa, man. You just
Man,
talking,
I
man. You
think
don't even
I
understand
think
Africa.
You have
20,
double face, double everything.
2025, you know, this project 2025 have killed Black Pan African.
Man,
I don't know what
no,
type of what type of wind has
Afrikaners,
been
see,
blowing.
no, Afrikaners, I'm just being honest with you, because for me, I'm the Ghanaian that I studied with people from Nigeria, and I know that
You
for
didn't stay
me,
with nobody from
I don't
Nigeria.
just
You didn't
tag
stay with
everybody.
nobody from
Wait, let me
Nigeria.
finish. Wait. I don't tag Nigerians are just Nigerians. It's just like in America. We have Black Americans, we have Latino Americans, we have white Americans. It's not the same culture in America. It's the same thing in Africa too. So I know the difference. I can tell the difference where you come from. I don't just go with a bandwagon. Everybody's come from the same country.
Afrodamus,
You know?
if
The
Afrodamus,
same thing, you gotta
Afrodamus,
apply
if
to
you have
other
a white
countries too.
girlfriend, if you have a white girlfriend and your girlfriend is working with a Ghana, this is not about the men and the boys operate the same way. I've seen my friend girlfriend is a white girl. He was working with this Ghana girl. This Ghana girl was asking this white girlfriend, "Where's your boyfriend from?" He said, "Nigeria." He said, "Whoa, wow, do you trust Nigerians? They're not so good, eh?" Just the way the men also doing in the working place also. Ask any African people. They will tell you this in Japan also the same.
Yeah, but Ola
I thought
Ghana
it
is
was in
Shut up,
you
Europe.
man.
think
Ola,
Ghana the
man.
only
Shut
one
up,
that
man.
do that though.
I was
Why you
see
They will
when I
tell
was
guys,
you.
I
one
was
mic,
see
guys, one
man,
microphone,
shut up,
please.
Ola, man. See, when I live in Cyprus, I was the African student president, and most of the international students themselves were mostly even Nigerians. If you go to Cyprus today, North Cyprus today, even the landlord over there were not even giving house to Nigerians. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Man, you put the ones
man,
betraying
shut up
people
over
on the
there.
back,
But that's
bro.
not to say all Nigerians are like that. But
Yeah,
usually,
exactly.
it's the bad apples that tarnish the image of the. What do you expect? If
But you don't even have
Shut
bad
up, man.
apples.
Shut
You
up,
put
man. Let me
destroy anything
finish.
that's
Let me make
destroyable.
his point. Let me
Guys,
make his point.
let's be nice.
Man, you are
Let's
not
take
speaking
it
to an
easy.
average Ghanaian, man. You are speaking to a Ghanaian.
Afrodamus,
That's
you gotta manage your show, man.
okay. Okay.
Afrodamus, you gotta manage your show.
That's what I'm
Okay.
doing.
Yeah.
Who's that?
So let me finish. Let me finish. You are not just speaking to any some Ghanaian that doesn't interact with Nigerians, man. I know like people where you come from. I know this kind of people, man. I live with them, so I can tell the differences. You get what I'm saying? When I was in Cyprus, if you go to North Cyprus between 2014 to 2018, when I was the African student president, the landlord, the Cypriot, these are not Africans themselves. They were not even given homes. I had to stand for my friend who was from Nupe land, from Nigeria, to get a house for him because
How
I
did
come
it
from
come? How
Ghana.
do you know? How did you know?
Look at
How
this
did you
stupid
know?
guy just saying
How
that
did
all
you know?
Ghanaians don't like Nigeria. Oh, shut up
No, how
over
did
there,
you
man.
forget it? How did you know about anything? What I'm just trying to tell you right now is that we talk about betrayals what will happen,
Ghanaians is not
proof
like
and
that.
everything.
See, even in
Forget that
Ghana,
level.
for
Don't
instance,
come
even in
convince
Ghana,
me about
Afrikaners, let
that.
me tell you something. See, even in Ghana, for instance, even in Ghana, all the ethnic groups that are along the borderlines of Ghana, you find the majority from within Ghana are claiming that those Ghanaians come from other parts of they'll say, oh, you're from Cote d'Ivoire, or you're from Burkina Faso, or you're from Togo. A lot of them claim they act that way. Usually, it's the majority ethnic group. It's no different from how when you hear Fulanis coming towards the south, and you hear people from southern Nigeria saying, "Oh, these people they're gonna take their land," but these are the same Nigerians in America. Don't you see people migrating from south and going to different states, even hold government positions, even in other countries, in other states in the U.S. No, most Africans don't understand this level of democracy. It's only has to do with tribal. They don't like that thing.
Yeah, that's what destroying Africa.
Yeah, it's tribalism. This nation state, most Africans do not even practice like democracy at the highest level. We know this. Come on. Do you know how many Ghanaians have been tagged that they are not even from
Yes,
Ghana
it's
because
true.
they live along the borderlines between other countries? And you want to make your problem like your problem is the only problem of Africa. No, because you don't hear them talking about it doesn't mean the problem don't even exist.
You can say whatever you want to say.
All right, let's bring in Diego, man. Diego, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Good morning. Here where I'm from, I'm just waking up. So.
No, you in South Africa?
No, I'm in Mozambique, but
Yeah, but the same time zone with Ramaphosa,
yes.
right?
Yes, it's the same.
Okay, he's probably already made a phone call, but go ahead.
Yes, I agree with what Zongo Native is saying. We in Africa, we don't have democracy like that. But it's a cultural issue. One thing about us Africans is we are trying to emulate the white man's way of governing themselves. But we don't have the right pillars in society to do so. So if you analyze your typical African family, you realize that there's no democratic way of living in the families. And this, what's happening in politics and everywhere else, it's being replicated by what happens in the communities and in the culture. So I agree with Zongo Native. I also agree with when he points out that the bad Nigerians are giving a bad look to the Nigerians, and that's everywhere actually. Even in my country, the Nigerians are known for bad stuff.
Which country are you from? Which country are you from?
I'm from Mozambique.
So how can Nigeria come to your country? The country is not stabilized. That's what I want to do because it's easy to say. Country that is not stabilized, you want Nigeria to come to Mozambique to do what? That's what we don't really understand. See, it's easy to talk about the talk. You see, we Nigerians are loud. Even this our so-called president, we want him to be exposed. We don't hide any criticism from us. You understand me? We don't want Trump to expose this man. We want the fight down. You understand me? That's what we want. This Trump is power. We want that guy's fight to be out. We want to see. We can be loud. We say the things that we are very free-spirited people. We say whatever we want to say. You understand me? Whatever is happening. You see,
the problem is it's not what you guys say.
This so-called 419, they want to tag Nigeria in, right? I give you this. You see, I was in vacation in Holland. I was eating what called potat. You know what called potat? They call it French fries. You know, in Europe, in America, or other place, they call it French fries. So I was in the place.
What do they call it there?
They call it potat in the in the Netherlands. You know what I mean?
Potat. Okay.
Like potatoes.
So I was eating it. I was eating it with my wife, right? In this, it's like a snack bar territory like that. Guess what? As I was sitting down there, these guys came, right? They were trying to scam a guy from Italian called Curacao from gold. Because they can scam in anything. Then I was like, listening to them. I told my wife, these guys are scammers. They just deceiving these guys. They try to deceive this guy to gold business that never really exists. Guess where this guy's from?
Ghana.
English Cameroonians and Ghana. I was shocked. Because Ghana like to hide under somewhere. Say, no, we don't do it. We don't scam us.
I'm not saying.
In that place, they call it Sakawa boys. In that place, they call it the Sakawa boys.
Yeah, Sakawa boys or Game Boys. Yeah, pretty much the same thing.
So we should not be pretending that whatever is going on that you put not involved. You put have
so wait, Ola, are you saying Nigerians are not in Mozambique?
Man, did they understand Portuguese?
Ola, you know Nigerians go to Brazil.
This guy just being delusional, man.
Yeah.
You think they're gonna come here and just pretend like?
I'm not saying no.
See,
Zogo.
Even see,
Afridamus.
Nigerians in Siberia.
Zogo, hold on. Zogo, 1997. How old were you? 1995. How old were you?
Yeah, I was still young.
No,
Yeah.
because you might be in elementary school, motherfucker. I was already traveling around the world, motherfucker. You hear me? 1995, I was already dancing disco called Maryland in Nuremberg in Germany.
I mean, see, my mom, see, my mom.
Because
No,
when you
but
support
hola,
delusional,
hola,
you have to be
hola.
very careful how you use that word delusion. That's what I'm telling you. In
See, my
1995, I was
dad,
already dancing disco called Maryland, a disco club called Maryland in
see,
Nube.
my dad
Don't forget what you're
worked.
talking about. You see my Dodger there, bro?
See, my
That's my
dad.
country
I
home.
forgot. See, let me tell your viewers this thing. See, my dad working in Abuja. My mom
Your
also.
daddy worked no fucking
Wait,
no
let me let
place
me
in
let me wait, wait,
Abuja.
let me finish.
You
Let
don't
me
live in the
finish.
life.
My
That's only
mom also
fake
lived.
life.
My parents, they live in Nigeria. They work during the boom that time. They live over there. My mom actually, she speak fluent Yoruba, by the way. You know, yeah, like, see, it's only this kind of Nigerians. They're gonna come and people that actually live in Nigeria, like, they're not gonna come here on this
Forget
platform
you,
and
Afadamos.
Flex their muscle.
Hold
The
on,
thing is,
let him finish. Hold on,
let me finish.
Afadamos. I said,
Let me finish, man. Let me
call
finish.
my,
Let me
Nakwisi
finish.
called me. He talked to my family. That's only fake life, bro. He talked to my
Nah,
son.
nobody's saying all Nigerians
Yeah,
are
what are you
like
talking
that, though.
about?
Trust me,
Africa,
like
I
that.
was see my Dodger,
See,
my old school mobile
so
over there, bro.
a
Living
lot
the
of time
life.
people see, a lot of time people confuse, like, see, even when they say even Nigerians are, see, I went to college with them. No, even not all of them like to boast. There are Nigerians. They are very calm. They don't like their like they. If they tell you they are not Nigerians, you're not even gonna believe it. But there are those kind of Nigerians out there. There are some that like to boast and do this kind of things, right? But when you really observe the ones that actually go to other countries and create problems, they are mostly from middle and southern Nigeria. The northern Nigerians, they really even travel to other countries to seek for greener pastures. So it's mostly people are just tagging all Nigerians as though it's just all of them. It's mostly from middle and southern Nigeria. Even the people from northern Nigeria, they barely even travel to other countries. When they go to live in other countries, you barely hear them having problems with the host countries. If I'm lying, just point it out.
Okay, so you made the Ghanaians. I
So
give
this
you a
clearly
clue.
tells you that I know you
Forget that
people, man.
level.
Even when I
Afrodamus,
speak,
you say
man, stop
Ghanaians
it,
are the
man.
one talking nonsense here. You make black. You look. Let me just tell you the truth, my guy. You sometimes make other race to see Africans as very weak. You get me? You are very
Like what?
timid. You look scared.
Do I look like? Do I
You
look
can even
timid?
call a
Do I
little
look
boy
timid?
10 years old boy, sir.
Do I
You
look
see why I
timid in
like the
front of you?
Gambians? Hold on. You see why I like the Gambians, man?
Do I look
You see why I
timid in
like the
front of
Gambians?
you?
The Gambians are very tough. I've
Do
met
I
them
look
in
too?
different places,
Oh
man.
man, you're
You
trying to bring
understand me?
Afrikaners to kind of
No. Forget
support you or what?
no. Before I know the Gambians here in Nigeria, I saw
Oh
them
my
in Europe. I saw them
god.
everything. If you come to Europe, right? If you come to Europe, you see the way the Ghana people are very timid people. You understand me? They look very scared, but don't let that scaredness fool you. You understand? Don't let that scaredness fool you. There can be something else also behind the scene. You know what I mean?
So
You know,
do you
so
trust
forget
Wodi
about it.
Maya?
Huh?
Do you
They
trust
can say you, they can betray you anyhow.
do you trust
You
Wodi Maya?
huh? Would the
See
Maya also the
Afrikaners,
same thing? I don't trust that
see
dude.
Afrikaners. See, I'm not the kind of person that I come and speak in the name of all. See, even in Ghana myself, I've never been to northern Ghana before. I've never been to the place where the man come from, western region of Ghana, right? Even
Right.
the first time that I went to the central region of Ghana, they speak a different version of Chi. I thought personally, I was in a different country. Even here in the US, I met this white lady. She said she went to a remote area in Ghana to work for this American organization. What's the name of the? There's a different one, not the USA. There's another one that they go to.
Peace Corps?
Yeah, Peace Corps. Yes, she went there, stayed for 3 years. She went to this tribal group in Ghana. I've never heard of that before, and this lady actually knows the place. But even me, born and raised in Ghana, I've never heard of that tribe, even in Ghana. And this shows you how a lot of us coming from these countries, we don't even understand our countries very well. Trust me, like most of Africans do not even understand their country extensively. And I'm not gonna act that I know Ghana extensively. You know, I've never been to northern region of Ghana. The farthest that I've go is Accra and eastern region, and Volta region mostly for the most part of my life, right? So I'm not gonna act like I know every part of Ghana. So my understanding of Ghana might be a little bit limited. Even when I came to the West, I met even Ghanaians from West, from the northern Ghana that are even their names. When you see their names, you might think they're not even Ghanaians, but these are Ghanaians that you really even see in the media. It's not always Kwesi and Kwa. These are the majority ethnic groups. The other names are Tuguba. You hear, nobody's going to think this is Ghanaian. You know, going to think it's Ghanaian. And I'm sure the same thing happened in other countries. You know, African countries not just only big ethnic groups. There are also minorities in other places that you gotta listen to them as well. So you can't just come on this platform and just project your insecurity on other countries. Like, you get what I'm saying? You met some Ghanaians that might appear timid to you. It doesn't mean when you come and meet Zango, I'm gonna be timid to you. I'm gonna kick your ass.
Oh
You
my
get what
God.
I'm saying? So
Let's go to Solo.
you can't
Solo.
just generalize stuff.
Let's go to Solo. Solo also to contribute. Solo, are you there? Unmute yourself.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Yeah,
Where, Solo, where you calling from?
I'm from Canada.
Canada. All right.
Yeah.
The 51st state. Go right ahead. What do you want to contribute here?
You Americans keep dreaming, man. It ain't gonna happen.
Oh, is this Errol Rude Boy?
Nah, man.
Come
Nah,
on.
it's not.
You can't hide from me. It's you. Go ahead.
Anyway, so this guy was saying that Akufo was saying all these things bad about backstabbing Nigeria. This is false, man. Because Ghanaians don't even like this guy. This guy, I think all Ghanaians know that he was a puppet, even uh, for the for France. As you guys remember, he was like the front line guy when France was trying to, I don't know, trying to get back all these countries that wanted to break away. Remember,
Right.
he was one of the front line guys threatening war, you know. And then now, I don't know if you guys have heard, he recently, like a couple of days ago, received like some medal, like like the highest medal in France. And African and Ghanaians are like, for what? Like nobody in your country likes you. They try to put up a statue of him.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
I'm gonna do a news on that.
yeah,
Put up a
like
statue.
How did we switch to Nana Akufo again?
They try to put a statue of him up.
Yeah, it was Kidola that brought him, you know.
just leave it.
Yeah, I'll have to do a
He's
Akufo.
like back in the days in the UK or something like that. Even his statue in the Western region was broken down.
Him?
You know, I mean, because many people felt
Yeah,
like his government were very corrupt. So
because I don't know if you guys remember, he when he started, he said he was gonna build the biggest church in Africa, which was gonna cost $400 million. Then he was gonna do like all these projects that were
Yeah,
never
that's the
completed.
amount that South Africa gets a year.
Yeah, so that $400 million,
I could
you
go to
only
a
do
lot
that
of
left,
good places.
bro. A lot of things, right? Like all there is today, now that he's finished serving, is just a big it's like a foundation with a puddle of water. Nothing has been completed. And the reason why his statue got destroyed was because he was supposed to do some projects in that
How big
very
is
region.
this land
You mean the land for?
for the church?
oh man, that was very huge.
I don't.
They had
Well,
to.
when you have $400 million, it's easy. You
Well,
can buy the land, right?
they can give that as reparation to.
Yeah, that's a different
Yeah.
Hey,
conversation.
So I want to say to this Nigerian guy who was saying all Ghanaians are this guy trying to backstab Nigerians. No, Ghanaians don't even like him. And that's why he lost by like the biggest margin ever in Ghana. Like he admitted defeat, they even finished counting,
Oh,
right?
look,
And
it's good. Look, that's what I said. You see, when Tinubu came to power, we know it's America that happened to come to power. Joe Biden. If Joe Biden would have bring that far out, we went to United States and sued them in court. Bring that damn far out. They refused. That would know. Oh, okay. There's a game here. Look, my brother, you put for Ghana, it's good. You see, when foreigners come to your country, I asked about Nigeria, you people usually say, oh, Nigerians are bad people. Nigeria is not safe. Be here, remain here. You see,
But where though?
hold
Where
on,
mostly
hold on,
where?
hold on, hold on. We seeing things, we hearing things. We never demarket your country, but you people try to demarket us a lot in everything.
that's
In
not true. Nigerians just do it on their own.
in
That is not
everything, bro.
No,
in
come on,
everything.
be
You
honest.
always
Be
try to
honest.
demarcate us in
Listen, you can
everything.
talk. You can talk to anybody
No,
from any
it didn't
All
start
country.
right,
now.
hold on,
See,
hold on,
and
hold on,
now.
guys, hold on, guys. It's getting super late where I'm at, so let's
Yeah.
start doing our closing statements.
I'll go
After that,
first.
let me give.
I mean, Ola has had his issues with some Ghanaians that he made personally. I mean, I'm not going to
No, I never
discount
have no
that.
issues with no damn
No, no, no,
Ghanaians.
no, 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 no. I'm saying like, I mean, you have a. I'm not saying you are lying. I'm saying that's your personal experience, right? And that could be true. I'm not even discrediting that. I can also come on this platform, and also even highlight the issues that I had with Nigerians when I was in schooling outside too, as well.
Say it
I
out.
mean,
Don't get scared to
you
say it
know,
out. You say it out.
and I've said it countless times. Even when I was in Cyprus, the Africans that were killing people were Nigerians, actually. Yes, I'm telling you. And I was
who
an
were they killing?
African student president. Yes.
Who were they killing?
What
Who were
is
they killing?
happening here?
No, who were
I'm
they
telling
killing?
you,
Who were they killing? Who were they
they
killing?
were killing themselves, man. Some
Okay.
FBA shit,
So,
man.
so
I'm telling you the
they
truth.
are doing drive-bys.
Just in a club, another person just hit you. He followed him all the way to his house and he killed him.
Zongo, you shouldn't be saying
Man,
this in
we don't
public.
want to speak
FBA,
No,
about
no,
all
no,
this
no,
FBA
no,
is
no.
listening.
sensitive shit.
FBA is listening to all this.
No, no,
And
no, no.
me personally, wait, and me personally, I almost got suspended. I mean, no, not suspended,
Because
dismissed from the university for trying to
because
help
of a Nigerian.
some occultic Nigerian students, cultic like gangbangers in Cyprus, man. I'm telling you this truth. They were gangbangers, but they
You're
were like
right.
cultism, yes.
Nigerians have a lot of
You know what I'm saying? And I almost got
gangsters
dismissed from
in
the
the school.
university for trying to, in the name of Pan-Africanism, African president. You don't see me coming here just highlighting
Okay.
these issues.
Okay, Zogo, I
You
said
know
you're
what I'm
right.
saying? Like nobody
You
come
see,
and tell no, because
you
the
see,
fact that a Ghanaian is not telling this issue doesn't mean you wouldn't
admit
find a
you're telling
Ghanaian
the
having
truth. You
issues
see,
with
I'm very
Nigerians
honest.
too.
Nigeria have what called gang problem. That has something to do with
I've personally met even people from northern Nigeria who said the people tarnishing the image of Nigeria are most people from the south.
You're right, which is true. And we know which part of the south they're from.
So it kind of shows me I'm not the average Ghanaian. I understand a little dynamics of Nigeria. I'm not going to just say
So
everybody's
that
Nigeria.
was
No,
say,
I'm going to ask why are you from in Nigeria? It's just like
see when you
in
see
America
when you
when
see
people do drive-bys, definitely come from urban cities. They don't come from the burbs or the
you see
rural America. People know where they come from.
What color are they?
Exactly, right?
No, I'm asking you. I
Zogo,
don't know.
Nah, bro, you don't want to put me on that spot,
No,
man. I don't want to pick a fight with the
no,
FBS tonight.
Zogo. See, I admit that what they're practicing in this court of a thing, what they call it, what they all kind of name they call themselves over there. All this started in university, but what happened that they start bringing in these guys that are not university, outside guys and everything. If
Guys,
university,
can we do our closing?
okay,
Sorry.
Yeah,
after
man.
that,
Like, I mean, if people want to speak out their personal issue, even my mom had a house that she rented to some foolish Igbo Nigerians, and they destroyed the house, smoking weed and foolish things. Nobody's gonna come on this platform and speaking about it all the time.
All right, let
Like,
me do my closing
you get
argument. I
what I'm
gotta
saying?
go
Like,
bed.
nobody even speaking out this shit, man. Like,
Thank you,
keep your
Zongo.
issue. You don't have the only issues in the world. Everybody have it, but they just don't want to speak it out.
Thank you,
speak
Zongo.
out. No. But you could say it in a different way.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, no, they're not gonna stop. Afrikaners, great show always. I didn't know Lozy was gonna get that mad, so but he'll be okay. Anytime you critique South Africa, it seems like they just get so upset. But they don't mind critiquing other African countries and saying all type of disparaging things about it. But it was a great show. We'll watch to see what happened, what Ramaphosa would do.
Yeah.
Because what Lozy was saying was different from what Ramaphosa was doing.
Yeah,
So
Lozi said 1 month update. I'm thinking more like a few hours that
yeah,
go sleep
it was gonna be
and I'll be sure to look online again, see what the update will be. I'll be bringing it to you guys. No worries.
All right, everyone. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, for that, let me go, man.
Yeah.
You see, I don't blame Lozi. Lozi feel hot. Why I feel hot? Because Lozi always talk about his greatness of his country and everything, but the truth of the matter, the country is being controlled by the white people, and they are far more powerful in terms of economical power. They can dictate, they can direct, they can destroy whatever they want to do. The black people have no power. The little more political power they have now, the DA is backing over there. It's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for them. I respect South Africans a lot, but man, bros, you have to learn for the African countries, for the Zimbabweans and the other ones that are coming there. The only way the black South Africans, Afro-Diamonds, will be very powerful is that they have to have what called business competition to be far more, be very powerful in doing competition with these other ones. Without that, they will always face this kind of problem whereby a powerful ally country can come and sanction them. But I'm also happy also that Donald Trump is in power, that most Africans will be free of that rainbow flag of a thing that they try to set to us, starting from our sons that there was a one-time president over there, and continue like that. I hope Africans should learn. Please try to build something back home.
Yeah, and I'll make sure I create peace between Ola and the Ghanaians. Thank you, Ola.
No. After that was no. I just like to shake Zongo a little bit because Zongo's a little bit. Sometimes I don't know when it started. Cyprus. I've never been there. That Zongo sometimes, that's the Zongo. Look, bro. I was just in my 20s when I started traveling out, when I started seeing things. I don't just make what I said. I don't form it. I don't live fake life. I was surprised. Nakbizi was online with my son, speaking their Dutch language and everything. Even hear my wife knows. I don't fake anything. I just do. I'm an old school. What do I get to fake my lifestyle or whatever? No, bro. I live the way I want to live. Where am I? When I say America really messed me up, do you know for them I started listening to Nigerian music 2013. The first time I even let me play some Nigerian music, their latest contemporary music. It was a P-Square there, Chop My Money, that come up then. I just listened to it. What this guy say, Chop My Money? But it didn't really catch me. I was still playing my biggies, those old school that I'm used to in my car and everything. So when I returned to the journey of Nigerian music, that's what it is. The American orientation was really deep inside me a lot. I'm a capitalist dude. I can't live without that. That's how I do my business, I survive. I'm still partly in American way of orientation because that's what I learned. That's what I know. But that's not my culture. But I like it because I could make money. I could drive their fine cars, live their free world of the way they live and everything. I love United States. They're still the best country in the world. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. Solo, go ahead.
Well, I ain't really got much to say, but I just want to ask you a quick question before you go. Do you think Elon Musk is influencing Donald Trump by putting out all this fake news about what's happening in South Africa to whites?
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm sure he's got some influence about it.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
He doesn't hide that. He's tweeted at Ramaphosa saying they have racist policies.
Yeah, no, this guy is right. I always thought South Africans, they either hide what they know, what's going on in their country, pretending that everything is fine. But yeah, I think he's right. Like South Africans don't either know or they're just pretending not to know, because for some reason, every time you talk to different South Africans, some of them will say there's no land issue. Some of them will say it is. It's like, what is the real answer, right? Anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, Trump is getting to the bottom of it. We'll find out. But thank you for coming.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the show. As you guys know, this is the Afrikaners report. The topics, I follow the sequence, but at some point, when the panel come, they're going to freestyle it, and I will let them, have it. But thank you for watching, and I'll be bringing the updates on the different topics that I'm touching here. It looks like this video would have to be chopped up into, smaller bits and pieces.
But thank you for watching. Please like and share the video. Peace.
Lend thy ears to the Afrikaners. Pay attention to the Afrikaners. The true Soninke warrior. Naturalist his intelligence. As a true professor. Solution to brainwash diseases. Sit back, relax, and hear the wisdom. Afrikaners will heal your minds. Sit back, reflect, you'll find no objection. Afrikaners will clear your doubts here. Always log on to the Afrikaners. Lend thy ears to the Afrikaners is the truth and no doubt.